Hello, I am Eagle Gardens, Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle. How do you guys like that? That's the new background that I grew some was nice enough to draw up. So many cool features. I need to re redo it, resize it a little bit so it fits a little bit better in the background. There's some live chat names being cut off there and some other cool features, but I like it. I like it a lot. I hope you guys do too. Thank you, I grew some very much for knocking that out of the park. That is very, very cool. I can't thank you enough. How you guys all doing tonight? Of course, this is number 78. 78 already. I can't believe it. We got
better in the background. There's some live chat
pause
names
that real
being
quick.
cut off.
There we go. I think I got it paused. There, it's buffering. Uh, Always some fun stuff in the live. Always some fun stuff in the live. Hope you guys had a great Wednesday afternoon, Wednesday evening.
Up there and some other cool features.
I know I did. And let's see here. We've got chat now that I can actually see my chat. Bring up live chat. Backseed first. Prometheus Soil, Cannon Trooper, Woody East Coast, Chris Mertz. How you doing? You see that right there, Chris Mertz? Whose name's number 2, Chris? Whose name? That's super cool. I'm loving this background and the live chat concept. Everything he did there, super cool. How you doing, Tyler? Hope you are well tonight. I'm just chopping up my doobie, getting ready to hang out, have a little fun with my friend Dungbettle 420. What's up? Be too crazy for you. How you doing tonight? So, what do you guys think of the new background? Let's hear it, man. I'm interested. I'm super interested. As I sure, as I am sure, I grew some is too. Automation is freedom. How you doing tonight? Hope you doing well. Just kind of hanging out, getting ready for some fun. Sorry, I don't have audio at the moment. Only chat. Huh? I wonder what's up with that. Hopefully, it ain't my internet being stupid. What's up, Chris? Should I just like point to your name, Chris? Oh, well, all right, it just makes my hand disappear. I got my package. Thanks a ton, Eagle. Happy growing, be too crazy for you. Light it up again, Tim. How you doing tonight? Just again, hanging out, rolling up this fatty, trying to find my hash, get everything situated for another great night. I'm sure you guys will enjoy. There's a flip. Why is it backwards to you guys? Holy shit, it is backwards to you guys. You know what? It was flipped. And I flipped it because it looked backwards to me. Hold on. I flipped that. Yeah, I did that. My bad. This one should be right. Just have to resize it. It's just backwards to me, but it should be right to you guys, right? Huh? Is it right to you guys now? It's just backwards to me. There you go. Yeah, for some reason I had it the other way. I thought it was going to come backwards to you guys. Can you read it now, Chris? How cool is this shit? Let me get out of the way. Here, let me just put the camera down. How fucking cool is that, guys? There's part of it. I have to resize it to make it fit all the way. But how cool is that shit right there?
That is some dope shit, my friend.
Well,
that is cool indeed. I like that.
That was drawn up by a person that followed I Grew Some. That's been hanging out since like day one, hanging out in chat.
Very familiar
the
with the
show.
gruesome.
He
Very
was nice
familiar
enough.
with
He's
Gruesome.
actually drew up several versions of it.
Really?
Well, hell, I gotta properly introduce you, my friend. Well, as you guys can see, our guest, my friend, Dungbettle 420 is here to join us and chat tonight. It is both an honor and a privilege for to hang out with him tonight. So, without further ado, my friend Dungbettle 420, why don't you tell everybody first and foremost where they can find you outside of here, and tell us how you're doing today, Dun.
Well, I will start by first of all thanking you, my friend. I appreciate you, having me on here, and the pleasure is all mine. The honor is all mine. I'm more than honored to be here with you and with you chat folks as well, of course. Kind of get my feet back in the little YouTube game a little bit here. Things have been different for me. I decided to try and take a different approach to the business side of things and focus on building some businesses and building some things that were tangible before I focused on the social media factor as a tool to then promote and explode those brands and businesses, right? So it seems to be what I see a lot in the industry now is these people spend a shitload of time, effort, money. They promote the hell out of these pages. They get their Instagram, their YouTube, whatever it is. They build it up. They make it huge, right? And they're like, yeah, I'm there. And then they build a business based on that YouTube or that Instagram page. And that's the business itself, right? And then because we're in the weed industry, we get these jackasses who like to come stalk our pages and report dumb shit for no reason, right? You've had this happen before, I'm sure. And then what happens is you wake up and you go to your Instagram and you go, log in, and it says, fuck you, homie. You violated the terms of service. You're not getting in for shit. And you go, damn, there went my business. There went my money. There went my life. There went my kid's fucking dinner plate. So I just seen a different way. The social media is the easy part, in my opinion. That's what's easy to build and perpetuate. It's the business side that's hard. And if you have a good foundation and you build a business for a business, and the brand is the brand, and then promote it with social media, that's a whole different animal, my friend. That's stability. That's where you want to be, at least in my opinion. So that's kind of what I've been focusing on. Couple brands, Simply Ironic. That's a topical brand that we're fixing to launch. It hasn't been fully launched yet. It's launched to some friends and family and local stuff. We've got a few local stores here, but we're kind of testing the water. We're still in R&D, 18 months R&D now. So we're still kind of developing, but that's coming along nice. And then the Dungbettle brand, that's always fucking pushing strong. We're moving flower. It only gets better every harvest. You know how that goes. So you continuously dial in your game and continuously, tweak and twitch and make things better. And that's why I'm a hydro grower, so that I can always have some way to improve it, right? See, the soil guys right now, I see your guys' way is taking that legend, Mr. Subcool, the guy we were talking about a little while ago, what he left us in the super soil realm, right? And turning that into a super soil living soil to where we add biology, we add a microbiome, we add all of the bacterial synthesis to it. And what that'll do is it'll take that super soil, bro. And if you think you can't kick super soil up a notch, you're fucking wrong. You can kick super soil up a notch. Get some worms in there. Get it no-till some super soil, and see what happens after 2 or 3 runs. That shit it gets on point, bro. It just keeps getting better. It's crazy. So I've been turned on to that lately. I'm doing some super soil outdoor this year. And then last but not least, we're working on this hemp farm out here in it's southeastern Colorado. So we're trying to put this 20 acres together, but God, man, 20 acres doesn't seem like a lot, but that is a shitload of farmland when you're trying to plant it with 3 or 4 dudes and a couple of tractors and just get her done style. So I do have some good shit though. We've got I'm fairly well connected. At least I'd like to think sometimes anyway. I know a few folks. And I got with Pat from Heroes of the Farm, and And Jake, good old Jake, we call him Big Sexy up there. He's one of Jinx's good friends up in Seattle. Pacific Northwest Genetics. You probably heard of him. PNW. He was TG Low. TGA's Low. You remember Low Eagle, right? Back in the day. His name's Jake. He's a cool cat. And they got me some of these new autoflower CBD genetics that are just fuck, dude. This stuff's taking the smokable hemp flower market by storm, bro. It's a cannabis back cross, and it's killer for CBD, bro. You could literally pass this shit off for cannabis flower for weed all day. I mean, there'd be no problem with people looking at it. You just wouldn't get you high. Just don't get you high. But it's terpy. It smells great. It looks amazing. It's killer shit. So I'm pretty stoked on that. What you got going on? What's going on up there in Michigan, bro? Are you doing any outdoor this year? What's summer looking like?
Oh no, I keep to the indoor. I keep to the indoor pretty much.
Yeah.
But
season up there.
no. Yeah, especially up in northern Michigan where I'm at. Yeah. More or less. Are you in the UP? I mean, I'm actually like 3/4 of the way up. I'm actually about hour and 30 minutes from the bridge. So
okay, cool.
About 150 miles, something like that. Still pretty far up there.
Right. Nice and cold.
So as we roll in this show, this is what we do here, Dylan. Is we kind of get to know the cool ass cannabis folks that we've, known over the years, like yourself. We've always known, basically the cannabis side of everybody, but this show's like an opportunity to kind of get to know the deeper side of the people that we've known on YouTube and stuff. And most times than not, we just tend to get to know you right from the beginning. We roll it right back, buddy. So hopefully, you can humor us and talk to us a little bit. But I mean, we want to know Dungbettle right from the get, from pre weed nerd, pre anything. Can you tell us about that? We want to start from the beginning. That first time you fucking laid your hands on the stuff, done. When was that first time you smoked and shit? Yeah, that's where we want to start.
Well, then if it's like find that, out
about yeah, it's like that. It's about like you, brother.
Then let's get her done. Well, I mean, you know me, I'm a talker. I could go deep, but we'll keep it short and sweet because as a kid, I was kind of a shithead, to be honest with you. I went through a lot of trouble. I started out when I was about 13 years old. I got off the school bus one day and was just walking home, and I had 4 kids surround me and try to jump me. And they were high school kids. I was in 7th grade, and they all instigated it, right? They tried to jump me. So I pulled this little butterfly knife I had in my pocket out. I was like, all right, who's first, motherfucker? You know, what up? And they ran up the street and called the cops on me. Okay. So I ended up catching an ag assault 1st-degree felony at fucking 13 years old, bro. Facing a fight of life at 13, right? So I end up going through the system. I get some probation. It's a first-time offense. I got locked up for a little while, did a couple months, did some probation. And that was kind of like the catalyst for me to say, I guess a lot of people would look at that like, man, I got locked up. I fucked up and do it right. I'm gonna go out and change and do this. But I didn't see it that way, bro. I saw it as I had some people that were trying to tell me that what I was doing was morally incorrect, when in all reality I didn't believe that. And most of it stemmed from weed. It all stemmed from like possession of weed and shit. And this was after that 13-year-old charge. So I did that. I went 4 years probation. I didn't smoke weed at that time. And then once I got through with that, I was 16. I started at 16 because I ended up getting locked up one time for failing a drug test just before I got off probation. And I started smoking, and then I started getting in trouble for weed too. And so that just kind of kept me tied up in the system. And all I could do was think to myself, like, man, they're telling me not to do this shit. But in all reality, like, I got ADD, and they're putting me on this fucking shit that literally says dextroamphetamine on the label, okay? They want me taking these pills out the ass, and they don't make me feel good. They make me feel like a zombie. They made me feel like shit, bro. I just didn't like it. So it was Ritalin or cannabis that I knew worked for me, right? So here I am, a 16, 17-year-old high school kid just trying to medicate, trying to do what I knew was right, but I'm constantly getting locked up for it. It's the probation, it's the fact that I'm already tied up in the system, all that shit. So I'm getting locked up. I'm getting in and out, in and out, in and out of the fucking system, bro. It was horrible. Long story short, I end up getting through the juvenile system. They released me because I aged out. I turned 18. And 2 weeks after I turned 18 and went through that courtroom, I got another possession of cannabis charge. And mind you, I lived in Utah, lived in Salt Lake City, Utah. So that was about the time in my life where I said, all right, these motherfuckers just aren't going to leave me alone. If I'm going to do what I want to do, I'm going to have to find the right way to do it. And I'm going to have to find a different way because this ain't working. And mind you, nothing in the country was legal yet. So this is all, it's all underground black market. So I started growing. I said, well, every time I get caught, it seems to be buying a sack or it seems to be fucking hanging out with my friends, you know, smoking a joint, doing something stupid. If I'm in my house, doing my own thing, I produce my own shit and I smoke it in my own house, I can't really get caught, right? So I'm like, let me try this growing thing out. Allah, I'm, I think 18, 19 years old. I start emailing Subcool. And I'm like, yo, I got some dirt and I got some pots and I need some seeds. And he's like, bro, we overgrow the world. Let me send you these testers. Run these for me, right? And he says, just send me a little data when you're done. All right, cool, whatever. I get done with the run. I send him some pictures. I send him some information. He writes me back and he goes, damn, kid, you're fucking killing it. I was like, all right, cool, let me do it again. Sends me some more seeds to do it again, right? Same story. You're killing it. You're doing a good job. By this time, he's calling me a lot more. We're communicating a lot more. This is when we started to become friends rather than it just being a business relationship. And he's sending me seeds and I'm growing them out. And mind you, the whole time my goal is just smoke, you know, maybe make a little money on the side and just be peaceful without getting caught. You know, that's all I fucking cared. No more time for doing what I loved and knew I needed because I wasn't going to take that Ritalin shit. So I just kept growing, bro, and I got pretty good at it. And so long story long, Sub ends up taking me under his wing when I'm like, no, that's fast forward too far. No, hold on, I gotta go back a little bit because that was several years later. So I end up about 25 years old, and I'm still in Salt Lake City. I'm working for Marriott hotels at the time. I'm flying around the fucking country, saving timeshares for them. And I'm dealing with like celebrities, media teams, lawyers. These are people who have $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 timeshares, and they're pissed off because their service isn't right. So they're trying to sell it back to us, or they're just trying to dump it and let us foreclose because they don't care anymore. But a timeshare is like a mortgage, bro. So those that's a big deal. You know, that's not something you want to just let go of. It fucks your credit up. So what they would do is they would go through the sales team, then they would go through the recidivism team, then they would or the sales team, then they would go to sales management, then they would go to corporate. If corporate couldn't deal with it, they would send it to us. We were called the recidivism team. What we did was we flew out and we actually sat down with these people and said, look, you got a $200,000 timeshare. You're a businessman. We're business people. We're going to break this down for you in a numerical fashion. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you a $200,000 vacation in Hawaii next year during a red week when no one else can get it. You want to go 4th of July to fucking Maui? Let's go. You want to go to Orlando during Disneyland week? Let's go, you know? And we would put them in the dopest, coolest shit, make them happy, make sure that they didn't sell that timeshare. And then, boom, I'm off to the next customer. So I had a good job. I was doing good. Boom, Dunn gets hit again, bro. Now I get hit for growing, okay? So I end up going to jail. I do some time over that. I get out. I write Sub. I write him an email. I'm like, bro, I just got out. They fucking hit me. This is what's going on. He goes, fuck those, you know, those motherfuckers, bro. He's all pissed off. Starts ranting and raving, and he's like, I'm sending you seeds right now. You can't fucking stop, dude. Don't let them stop you. I'm like, you know it. And so, boom, back in the pot they go. Here we're running some more shit. Now, though, instead of giving me testers, he's giving me his real strains. He's giving me actual menu strains. And at this time, he was telling me that he wanted me to take what he had tested already and push it to its maximum genetic potential. So he wanted to see, like, if I had my third dimension, what will it do under perfect conditions? We know what it'll do with you know, the average grower. We know what it'll do here. We know what it'll do there. We know what it does outdoors. He was running charity garden and just killing it outdoor with that shit at that time too. And I took his third dimension and blew his fucking mind with it. He was like, bro, bro, it's in the dank book, the first one. And so So Sub kind of just like nurtured me, bro. He took me under his wing. He just literally kind of helped and walked me through that time, which was a shitty time. He ends up flying me out to his house, which is kind of when y'all started to see who I was. That's kind of when I started to come on and you started seeing me on his YouTube. Then he asked me to start producing his show because I did media stuff before. I have a background in media and public relations. And so we just kind of put that panel show together and started going forward with that. And it started to take off. And you know the story there, but Allah, that's kind of my history. A whole bunch of trouble and court systems over fucking weed. And you know that's what kills me about today's industry, because there's so many people that have come from a position of never having to suffer a second or to sacrifice a dime to do what they love to do simply because it was their passion. They're coming in because they see money, right? They see an opportunity, and it's a better opportunity than you can get in the house flipping industry, or you know, there's some industries out there where you can go and get 100% ROI in just a couple weeks. You know, you go buy a house for 50 grand and it's in a $150,000 neighborhood, you dump another 30 into it, you just doubled your money in 3-4 weeks, right? But in cannabis, bro, I could take your $1 million right now, we're doing it this year with hemp, okay? I could take your $1 million, I could walk out in 90 days time, put it into a fucking field of dirt. You don't even have to come and check in and do a goddamn thing. I'll run everything from the business side, front end, back end, all the way to the farming. And we'll turn your $1 million into 10 in 1 year. You can't get a better ROI. You cannot make more money than in cannabis right now. There simply is more, and these business guys see it, bro. They're not dumb. That's why we got these fucking, you know, big clowns coming in. So I don't know. I'm sure you feel the same way, but that frustrates me to see these guys coming in and fucking our industry up and acting like, you know, they have a stake in this when, bro, I guarantee you, fucking Google my name right now. Shit, look at my motherfucking rap sheet, son. Please do. You know, but you can go to half of these cannabis execs and you can look at them and they've never, no, they're politicians, bro. They're fucking, you know, entrepreneurs. They're businessmen. They've been in the legal side for forever. And I feel like cannabis is a plant that is proving to us consistently that it's only going to let you in and it's only going to do you right and allow you to benefit from its nature if you have the passion. Have you noticed how some of these guys who come in and they fail hardcore, dude? They come in, they got $10 million, bro. They got all the money you could throw at it and they still fucking fail. They still fail. It's because the passion's not there. Not all of them do. Some of them find the right guys. Some of them hire the passion. You can hire the passion, but the passion has to be in the building. If the passion ain't in the building, bro, I see these fish sinking day in and day out. Like, that's the truth. You guys up in Michigan are seeing this shit too. You guys see economics up there harder than damn near anyone in the country. You know, you guys is like a hardcore roller coaster. When something bubbles, it bubbles hard. When it fucking crashes, it crashes just as hard. You guys have that ebb and flow of an economy up there. And it's because it's all based in the auto industry. It's all based in not single industries wholeheartedly, but it's based in a lot of singular industries, you know? So when the car industry takes a hit, everybody in Detroit's fucked, you know? So it can be tough, but no, this cannabis shit's fun. It's just, it can be difficult. You know that. It can be frustrating, to say the least. I'm gonna take a dab.
It can be frustrating, especially when you get to the bigger end of the money. You know, once you start stinking, like you said, millions of dollars in it tends to take away some of the fun out of it, for sure. When you've got people breathing down your neck and there's quotas to fill, it's hard to keep the passion at that point. Sure, take that dab, brother. Take that dab.
Indeed, I'm fixing to right now. Speaking of which, though, I was going to ask you while I take this dab, I've been waiting to kind of probe somebody else about this. What is your opinion? Give me your overall gist of how do you feel about the state of the cannabis industry right now? Corona and all, bro. Throw it in. I don't give a fuck.
I think it's going to prosper. This is actually, in my opinion, the price adjustment caregivers, here in Michigan's actually needed for quite some time. Things are, because of the essentialness of cannabis here in Michigan, everybody's using it, especially with the way the government has been just dishing out cash. It seems like it has went mainly right into the cannabis industry a lot here in Michigan, that's for sure, which has created a
Oh.
shortage, which, you know, they pushed out the caregiver earlier this year prematurely, not seeing this happening. And I don't see the newly budding recreational and already struggling medical market being able to keep up here in Michigan. I see a drastic
Yeah.
shortage here in Michigan and a serious price spike, you know, probably July, August for sure. People are going to be paying out the nose for, you know, a quality product for sure.
Yeah. It's already going up. It's going up hand over fist right now, especially out here. Cali, I mean, Cali's hard to even pull from right now. And if you can get it, they're taxing an arm and a leg for it. So if unless it's, you know, trash last year's outdoor. But aside from last year's outdoor, you're paying an arm and a leg right now. And the same thing out here. I mean, I'll be straight. I haven't seen $4,000, $4,500 units since, I don't know, maybe like 06, 07, just before the economy burst to begin with. So, and that's where we're at right now. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not gouging like that. So I'll be 100% honest. If I let a pack go right now, right around that 25, 26, I don't feel like there's any reason. And that's a high price for me. You know what I mean? I'm used to pulling, I won't even lie, dude, in the legal market here, you're lucky to get 1,500 a unit, dude. And that's growing the fire that I grow. That's not even like, I see people consistently walk into shops with legitimate licenses to cultivate cannabis in the state of Colorado, which cost you at a minimum $35,000 just for the first license, cost you $5,800 for the second license, and then it costs you for the lawyers to get those licenses. It costs on average about 50 to 60 grand to get it to where you can just sell your cannabis to a dispensary. But then you got to have a facility because you can't grow it at your house. It has to be a licensed facility that's through the metric system and with the med. All that being said, dude, you go through all that shit, which is, what are you in, 250, 300, 400 grand at the cheapest at that point, facility, licenses, everything, lawyers. And you walk into a dispensary and they look at you and they go, your quality's not good enough, bro. We can't take it. We can't take it. Like, I'm not kidding. It is, and it's because there's a surplus. Now that is definitely changing. I'm seeing more shit get taken now. I'm seeing, you know, those people who were getting their shit turned down are the ones who are offering it at a lower price right now, and they're selling it now, whereas they weren't before. So I don't know. I'm almost wondering if production has kind of taken a hit because of this whole virus bullshit. You know, like you wouldn't think it would.
Sure.
We were
I know
essential.
for a fact here in Michigan it is because my friend Spartan Grown 420, who works at Michigan Canico there, as because of the limits and, you know, how many people can be close to each other and shit like that, has had to pull back their labor. So, you know, if you're pulling back labor and the cannabis grows, it's going to hurt. Not only that, is we're starting to shake down into the area where if you didn't get your you didn't get your supplies a couple months ago, if you weren't smart enough to stock up on cocoa nutrients and shit, you might be starting to feel the pinch here soon.
True that.
So
yeah, because prices went up on shit. You're right. I felt that. Yeah. I can see the labor side. I guess you're right on that. That's a good point because they did thin things out. However, in Colorado, I don't know about Michigan, but in Colorado, we were deemed an essential business. And so we were allowed to stay full staff. We were allowed to just keep running full bore. We didn't have to really dick with anything. We didn't have to change anything. All we had to do was comply with the state regulations on from the health department, from you know, wearing masks and 6-foot distancing, all that shit. But that's crazy because yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't think production would take a hit the way it has, but it has, and the prices are showing it, dude. There's just the demand is way higher than the supply right now. That's a fact.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. I mean, we were running low, and they were just barely starting to catch up here. But after telling everybody to stay home, and then actually telling people that, you know, smoking cannabis was a good thing, man, it started flying off the shelves here in Michigan. I mean,
Good.
actually flying off the collect shelves.
Good.
There's most definitely a shortage here right now. To be honest with you, the shortage is here now. Not
Wow.
not. I mean, I was being kind when I said July, August, but realistically, I see. It's now. It's now. I'm here.
Yeah.
I haven't been downstate. I'm fixing to go downstate here after the 12th as soon as I can travel. But from what I've heard, it's terrible down there. Everybody's looking for mids, regulars, all the way, up. And
They won't
if
even
that's
get.
now, that's yeah, they're going to be chasing their tails. They better. I'm actually hoping they're going to revert and let the caregivers back into the system, if not temporarily. It's funny. It's always caregivers back to the rescue, but they're always quick to shut us off as soon as
Hold up.
a little bit of money gets set up.
So caregivers. Okay, I'm thinking that Michigan still had that program where you're able to sell your pot to the dispensaries. They took that out like 2018 though, huh? 2019.
It has been recently. I think it's like May. They had like a weird cutoff. If you dealt with like a processor, you had to, average out what you were going to be able to get to him over the next few months, and then, pull that supply back and start filling it with your own supply. They're definitely making it to where you could, as a caregiver, put your stuff into the matrix, but it's like it's going to be such a fucking fucked up market. Caregiver branding will be completely lost because you'll have to take it to the processor. The processor's going to have to step on it. It's going to have to be paid to be transported both ways, from me to him and them to them. And then,
That's
packaging costs. And then ultimately, even if I could keep my brand, how much loss in quality between me and the shelf? You know what I mean? And then sitting on the shelf.
It's a good point.
So, I honestly, I'm looking to either, step up into the micro business and just kind of cater to a small craft market, or just, be happy growing my own meds for me and my few patients, and doing the 9 to 5 thing basically.
Yeah. So let me give you an idea, and this is kind of something I've been thinking about for a while because it's true, and I encourage any one of you in here to steal my idea. I don't give a fuck. You can take whatever you want, but a lot of people, okay, you remember when caffeine got they synthesized it in a lab. So caffeine was around forever, right? But there was a point where they all of a sudden made this isolated caffeine where they could put it into liquid form, powder form, whatever, and you could put it into damn near anything and not taste it, not even know it's there, right? What did they do? They started caffeinating everything, bro, all the way down to today. We got caffeinated water. Get the fuck out of here. Caffeinated water. Like, people are serious with this shit. So I would like literally caution to say that the CBD market is going to take the exact, sorry, I got a runny nose. The CBD market is going to take the exact same path. If you watch, you're going to be able to put CBD into fucking anything, bro, and sell it. Here's the difference. CBD has genuine potential. CBD really helps. So just like caffeine, it gave people something they needed, which was a boost in their energy. CBD can not only give you a little boost in your energy, it can make you feel better, it can help pain, it can relieve, stress, it can help with anxiety, do all kinds of shit. So think about the potential of being able to fucking CBD anything, bro. Like this CBD market, I'm at Indo Expo this year. It's 2020 Indo Expo, okay? And they have now a hemp pavilion. So it's basically an entire half of the building is all about the hemp and the CBD market side. I mean, there was empty booths everywhere, dude. They had quite a few, but there just wasn't anything compared to what's in the cannabis side. So that just shows there's a lack in the CBD market. It's exploding. Don't get me wrong, blowing up right now, but now's the time to jump in. So if you were to do anything, bro, that's a good thought. I can source depending on what kind of CBD you want. If you wanted isolate, if you wanted a water salt isolate, distillate, full spec, broad spec, THC free, depending on what you wanted, I can get kilos all the way as low as like $1,000, dude. 1,000 for a kilo of a water soluble isolate. Mind you, it's only maybe like, I want to say 100 milligrams per gram of it, but it's an 8 to 10x potency. So it works faster and it's 8 to 10 times stronger than an isolate. So if you look at that, it's the equivalent of 800 or 900 milligrams in every gram. But the fact is, there's only 100 there. But $1,000 a kilo, you can infuse it into water and not taste it. You can flavor it and infuse it into things and make flavored whatevers. There's the full spec stuff, the distillate. I personally, I went on this hunting out the highest quality, right? So I didn't care about anything other than I wanted the highest quality CBD extract I could fucking find. So I started my search and I ended up with a homeboy of mine, actually. His name's Nico Anthony. He's out of Denver, ADM Labs. You guys may have heard of them. He is one of the best extractors in the country. This dude is like the Costco of CBD buying. He'll go around and he'll look. I mean, he'll go to the farmer. He'll go from the farmer to the transporter to the processor to the facility, and then all the way down the line, even to storage. And make sure that everything's cared for along the line the way it should be. Make sure that it's the quality that we're looking for. And he just comes out with fire, bro. Like serious fire. Actually, hold on, give me a sec. I'll grab some shit to show you guys. You guys probably want to see this. I got some dry stuff too. I'll be right back.
Just hang out, talk chat for a second. What's up, my daughter Alexi? How you doing tonight? Ready to hit that high fly? It's a new one there. That's a long name. Anturo, how you doing? Candace Shiva, Southwest Okie Warlock. Thank you for joining me, man. I expect those seeds to pop through any day now. Any day now. Who's else? Bill Sid, glad to see you got your package as well. Yeah, all of you that got your packages, if you would be so kind, I appreciate it if you tag me. But more so, make sure you hit North Star or I think, whoever they're bred by. If it's My Canopy, Moon Pie, then hit up, make sure you tag Deep Southern Genetics. If it is North Star, then obviously if you could hit up North Star just to give them guys a little bit of a thank you for helping out the show and show them where the beans are, so that way in the future maybe they can follow you guys or you guys can tag them as the beans grow. Everybody likes to see their gear get grown. Just wanted to say hello to Naughty Nikki. How you doing? Appreciate you hanging out. Always much love for the fellow weed nerds. That's for show. Who else is in chat? Modern Genetics. If I haven't called you out, I don't believe I have. How you doing tonight? Man, I was kind of hoping that I Grew Some was going to be live in chat. What's up, Dung? How you doing?
Oh, I am wonderful, brother. Wonderful. Okay, so back to what we were talking about with the CBD thing. Okay, so most of the CBD you see on the market right now or today is either a isolated powder, which is kind of what people dab and what they smoke, or sometimes even I'm seeing rosins now, some of the higher end shit, but that's for smoking, whatever. And then you see like a food grade, which is like a black oil. It's like a straight black crude. I mean, it's disgusting too. It smells like shit, tastes like shit. Ugh. It's like RSO, right? This right here is what I was talking about. Some of what I was talking about. This is from ADM. This is a broad spec Premier. This is an extreme THC free, extremely high quality THC free broad spectrum hemp or broad spectrum CBD. And it even looks decent. It's not all black and nasty. Don't get me wrong. Still smells like plants and earth and dirt and all that, but it's a food grade. It's made to be put in. But you can dab this and it literally just tastes like some swag from back in the day. Remember what swag tasted like? That's what it tastes like. And it's a good CBD. It's a distillate too. And then there's this, right? This is made from pure smokable hemp flower. I don't know that you can find better CBD on the market than this today. I know I can't. I tried very hard and I can't. But this shit right here, I mean, this looks like some of the best high-end rosin you could fucking see, dude. That is CBD, folks. Let me try and show you. I don't know how good my lighting is. Maybe I'll throw a hand behind it.
So how good does
You get the gist.
a dab of that make you feel?
Good, actually. Very relieving. Very, like, if I ever get one of them really raging sativas that gets me kind of anxious, you know, you get that anxiety feeling, I'll take a little bit of that, dude, and it quelches it right away. It's just gone. It really is killer. Good shit. American one, what up, big dog? Long time no see. It's good to see you, bro. But yeah, so that's what we're using, and that's what I'm using in Simply Ironic. That's what goes into the pain rub that we make right now. It's all we're doing. One product, pain rub, that's it. It's some shit that I made it for me for a long time. Only launching it because several people told me I'd be dumb if I didn't, including Jinx. So I kind of have to push something to market when everybody's telling me it works, right? It's just the way it happens. But it's something I just made for me for like 2 years, bro. Just kept making it and rubbing it on. I'd use it when my shoulders hurt or when my back hurt, whatever. Works good. It's really good shit. Actually, I'm gonna do an auction tomorrow morning on my Instagram page. I got some seeds, I think some glass. We're trying to help a family member out, someone in the Canna fam. So we're gonna do an auction for them, and I'm gonna throw together a good little package. So, any of you guys interested in that, go to my at Dungbettle024 Instagram page tomorrow, and you guys can get in on that. I'll throw some of the CBD in there. There will be some of our pain rub. There will be a bunch of shit. So it'll be a cool auction. Yeah, but anyways, it's killer. It works very well. So I'm happy with that. I'll send you some shit. I got a care package for you that I want to send up to you, Eagle.
That'd be pretty awesome.
Yeah, most definitely, bro. Most definitely.
Actually, maybe at some point we can get into. I actually had CBD change not my life in a different kind of way, not me in particular, but it helped my daughter get through some fucked up times when she got in a car accident.
Keep going, keep going. And let me ask you this before you even go, did it have anything to do with pain pills?
Please even worse.
Okay, I know where you're going. But keep going. Tell me this. I want to hear this, please. If you're okay with sharing.
We've mentioned it before, and she's in chat. I hope she's all right with it. But she had some after the car accident. She was actually thrown from a vehicle that was done. They were doing 100 miles an hour at the time.
Wow.
Neither girl was wearing the seatbelt. Both girls were ejected from the vehicle. Both were thrown into a tree line, ejected from the car. Car rolled at them, hit the tree. They were laying on the side, each side of a tree, and the car rolled at them, hit the tree, and luckily bounced back far enough to not crush them. The officer that described the story told me he had never seen that outcome ever. He said usually that car would have slid down the tree and usually would have ended for the worst. But somehow or another, they were able to. They luck was on their side. Both had severe injuries, but were still alive. And but Lexi ended up, through it all, she managed the pain well. She's very strong like that, but had a lot of battles with the anxiety is where it came in. Like them type of drugs is where CBD came in. She was prescribed. And keep in mind this, Dungbettle, a young girl who to this day still cannot take, aspirins because pill form. She's just one of them weird cords that, can't take aspirin, can't take.
Sure.
I can't eat mashed potatoes, so I can't throw stones at her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
no, my kid's that way. He don't like taking pills at all.
So they prescribed this 19-year-old Prozac, liquid Prozac, at 2.5 mils a dose, which we can't even hardly measure that with our fucking nutrients correctly, much less medicine like that.
Yeah.
So she was on that and she had hard times with that, and begged them to get her off of that shit, and then they put her on Paxil, which Paxil was,
I know, Paxil, yeah.
unfortunately for her, she had every side effect on the label, and it was almost worse than the accident itself. Watching her go through that, I mean, there was times where she was so locked up, you could actually see the terror in her eyes, but you couldn't she couldn't communicate it to her. She couldn't get it out. Like I said, without getting too deep into that, when you see the side effects, you know what they are, done. They're not
Yep.
good.
Yep.
So we unfortunately had to went down that road. And she begged to get off that, didn't want to be on anything like that anymore. And, I started researching how other people were dealing with, vets and stuff were dealing with their anxiety. And I reached out to a dispensary owner that I know, and he, sent me home with a care package. And luckily, it was just what she needed to, help her relieve that anxiety without the extra baggage of bullshit. And so she was able to, put the other shit down and work through,
Good.
not to say that anxiety still isn't a thing for her, but it still isn't. It isn't nearly what it was, and
Yeah.
she's not, So that's how it's affected me firsthand,
For
and I'm
sure.
very grateful for that because I've lost people very close, a lot of people to pharmaceuticals.
Yep.
So to hear to do this show and to hear anybody, including yourself, Don, that was able to be, even though it gave you a rocky start through your path, got you in trouble and shit early on. I'm glad to see that you fortunately went through that trouble versus getting locked up in the other shit, because I've seen the other side of that coin too. My dad had he had Tourette's, okay, and
Mm-hmm.
he was embarrassed by the Tourette's and decided to take the same type of meds. And after a lifetime of those medicines, man, it left him to be a shell of a man just before he passed, which was recently at episode 50, 78. I do this
Sorry to hear
every
that,
day,
bro.
and uh, by the time those drugs had wore on him for 25 plus years, it was unfortunately close to, and what it can be is a liquid lobotomy almost, man. That stuff really wears your nerves and senses
Dude.
down to you know
Dude, I mean, they say,
what happens.
no, go ahead. I
Go
didn't mean to
ahead,
cut you
Don.
off. I was just
That
gonna make
stuff
a
ultimately wears down your body, and it just stops your body from producing the chemicals it should naturally produce. So when you
yeah.
stop or take that thing, sometimes, man, like an arm that can go dry socket or dead limb, you know what I mean, from not being used. If you don't fucking if you tie to your arm to your side and not use it for 3 months, guess what? That fucker will die on you. Same
Oh
thing
yeah.
with the chemicals in your brain. You shut them off for 20 fucking years. You take that medicine away, they might not fire back up.
No,
That shit might not fire back up.
that's
And
very true. That's
so
very true. That's a good point. I've never heard somebody put it like that, but that's a very good point because it's true. It's like they say when you start that shit, it numbs you, right? And they're numb to emotion, they're numb to the pain, they're numb to a lot of things, and it just makes you kind of numb to life. That's a very it's a very deep story. I appreciate you sharing that, and I'm sure the audience does too. That's really cool. But I'm glad she's here. And first of all, we'll say, damn, damn sure she got lucky on that, and it's a good thing because she is still here. And I definitely can relate. I went through a nasty car accident as well, and I went through the same thing. They had me. I was 21 at the time, and they had me on OxyContin and morphine same time. So just way too much shit, bro. Like way too much medication for what they should be using, And don't get me wrong, I was fucked up. Like I went through a lot. I shattered my hip. There was 18 fractures all the way across, and I broke my slingshot fractured my femur bone from the top about halfway down my thigh. I broke my sacrum, my acetabulum, and my L5 in my back, and blew out the 2 discs between those 3. And then I split my fucking head open. I cut my thumb off. My thumb was literally hanging just by this underskin, just this piece. The bone separated, everything. Thumb was just fucking hanging there, bro. I'm gonna show you a picture really quick of the actual accident if I can find it. But nonetheless, I went through that.
As long as you don't throw me a picture of that thumb.
No, I didn't take any of that, bro. I was out. This came from the news, actually. They took this picture. God, dude, I had this fucking cherry ass. It was a 77 GMC Jimmy, like a K5 Blazer, right? But it was the Jimmy. And it was lifted, bro. Had dope ass rims and tires. It was just painted. Like, it was fucking tits, bro. Had a big old 454 in it, all redone. It was built nice. It was a nice truck. Actually, it was my father-in-law's truck. I was buying it from him at the time. Ooh, that sucked. I slipped on black ice too, so it wasn't even like anybody's fault. It wasn't, but long story short, I'm looking for this picture. I want to keep going with the story though. I went through the doctor stuff, right? They get you hooked on that shit. It's inevitable. Actually, this is kind of why I wanted to tell this, is because your daughter can benefit, and I think I have some info that might help her. We actually, a goal of mine, oh shit, hold on. There we go, my bad. Okay, a goal of mine is we are getting ready to buy a property. It's in a place called Idaho Springs, Colorado. There's a little hot spring up there. It's a nice little place. And we are looking to buy this property so that we can turn it into a rehab, a cannabis rehab for opiates, cocaine, benzodiazepines, alcohol, you name it. We're going to bring you off of that. But what we're finding out is the combination of RSO and CBD. If you're using like an isolated or distillated CBD with heavy doses of RSO, you can bring someone through withdrawal with no pain. You can knock them the fuck out and make them sleep for a week, dude. You just got to give them enough RSO, and the CBD needs to be in the bloodstream, and it needs to be in effect. Then you give them a dab bar. You let them have all kinds of shit to smoke. And the biggest thing that we want to do is we want to teach them a skill while they're with us, rather than bringing them into a rehab that just works on them. And what addicts have to stay busy, bro. As soon as you get through the withdrawal part and you get clean, you got to immediately get busy and stay busy. Otherwise, your brain reverts back to what you did before. And so we want to start teaching them. We'll have a greenhouse and shit, couple greenhouses, run a big fucking production farm out of there, and they'll leave knowing how to grow plants. They'll leave knowing how to, at the very least, grow their own food. Even if they don't go get in the cannabis industry or try to make money or a career out of it, they'll be able to grow their own food. They'll be able to make a sustainable life for themselves if they choose to. But we have a lot of ideas in this, and here's that picture right here. And I think it's something that could be very, very beneficial to a lot of people. So that's what happened to me. If you can see that, I'm going to try to. So that is the driver's side door, right? And that telephone pole, I was doing about 65 when I started sliding. And I probably hit the telephone pole at like 55, they estimated. Because it was just a quarter. They said this sheet of black ice was a quarter mile long, bro. Just straight ice, like a skating rink. And I just slid. So they said they guarantee I didn't scrub much speed because I was on ice. I was on solid ice. So I hit the telephone pole with my driver door right here in my fucking body with nothing but a lap belt on. There was no shoulder belt, no nothing, lap belt. Damn near cut me in half. That's what fucked my back up so bad in the lower part. It literally pulled my body apart like that, dude. My fucking hips and everything went and back together, and they did not come back together right. So I kind of got lucky in a couple of ways, though, because one way was a firefighter. I ran into the firefighter and paramedic who saved me or came and got me. A couple weeks later, well, no, it was almost a year later, sorry, at a gas station. And I talked to him, and he said, bro, he said, they probably didn't tell you, but he goes, on the telephone pole where your head hit, there was a blood stain from where it split your wig open because your wig went through the glass first, cut it, and then hit the pole. So he said there was blood on the pole where your head hit. He goes, bro, I kid you not. Probably just a couple millimeters in front of your fucking forehead was somebody's poster nail They pounded into the fuck telephone pole to hang their flyer up. He said that shit was like right in front of where my forehead would have been. Damn near went right through my skull. And that, I mean, that would have killed me for sure. That nail would have just in and out done, you know, you ain't living through that. So I got very lucky. I'm very blessed. I also got lucky in the sense of like your daughter went through a lot and the pain was probably extensive. Mine was initially extensive, but the way that my shit happened, it was like just it's called an impact fracture. So literally I just blew my shit up because it hit so hard, right? It cracked everything, but nothing really displaced. Nothing moved. So they were kind of like, all right, we don't need to operate as long as you don't fucking move for like 3 months. Just don't move. Sit in this wheelchair. Don't fucking get out of this bed. Don't move. 3 months. You're going to heal. We're going to do another x-ray. If it heals right, you're not going to need surgery. Long story short, the only thing I ended up needing was one single pin. And they just took this little, like, they made it just a tiny incision right at the bottom of my fucking ass cheek. And they took like a staple gun, bro, and just shot a pin right up into my hip to just put one little piece back up in. And it pinned it right in, pinned it good. They never have to remove the pin, nothing. I don't set off the airport scanners. Fucking try, but you can only do so much with TSA, you know what I'm saying? Bro, I
Sounds
love.
like you got pretty fucking lucky.
Yeah, I definitely got lucky on that. Definitely. But long story short, and I guess back to the point was the whole addiction thing. It was, you know, I didn't go through an addiction from the standpoint of like street addiction, but coming off of that shit, like I can relate 100%. When they take you off that medication, dude, it is nasty. That was, I didn't sleep for 11 days. And I didn't eat for 2 weeks. And then once it finally broke and I started to get better, it was pretty much better. Like it started, you know, and then after about week 3, week 4, I was pretty much back to me again. I just had to focus on, no, I don't need that. Sometimes you'd have a thought of, oh, I'm hurt. No, I don't need that. You know, I had to focus on that. It does become a mental battle. But yeah, I got lucky. So very blessed in that sense, but I can relate to what you were talking about with your daughter, dude, and I feel for her tremendously because it's not fun and it's not easy. But CBD, bro, I'm gonna send you some shit for you guys. CBD, I'll send you some raw, some of this dabbable, and you know, just try. That's all you can do, right?
It'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, it'll help.
You know, as far as the ending of her story there, she ended up kind of like yourself. It was the impact was so great. She ended up having hemotones so large. Uh, she had a watermelon-sized hematoma in
Wow.
her gut, and she also had the same size on her upper calf. Her upper calf was literally, she might hate me for saying this, but it was like 3-4 times the normal size. I mean, easily. And they had
From
to
the blood
fucking
just
go.
pooling?
Yes, dumb.
Wow.
They actually had to go in there and slice her open and vacuum out all the fucking clot because it would not break down. And yeah, so yeah, she was like that for like a month and a half, and then they had to open her up and then suck all that shit out of there because it refused to break down and disperse like it should have. Otherwise, it would have. You know, it was risking going toxic and going through your system for going bad. And it was quite the ordeal. You know, it was one of the, as a father, I'm telling you right now, it was one of the most traumatic things I have ever. I've had some shit. I've been through some shit, but I have never been through shit like that. Just to go, we gotta. I went to bed at like average night. I go to bed at like 6, 7 o'clock. You know what I mean? It was 6 o'clock in the morning. And I got the call at like 7. Just hit the pillow, and she was 2 hours from home, Doug. And we had to drive, get in the car, and drive to 2 hours across the state. And then just as we're getting off the exit there, they tell us that they couldn't handle her and her friend there. They had to transport her to another hospital. And so we had to drive another hour and plus to her, just especially after the phone call, assuming the worst. I tell you what, that second leg of the trip as a parent, oh, I don't wish that on any parent right
Yeah.
there. Not knowing was the most horrible feeling.
I can't imagine, bro. I can't imagine. And like you said, as a parent, it's a different ride. It's a whole different roller coaster, you know. So I feel you.
Oh,
I can't.
that's the worst fear as a parent.
Can't
You
imagine.
don't want one of your children ever to go before you do.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. And it's not a cool situation to see your kids when they hurt, you hurt. You know, when they're in pain, you're in pain. When they're sad, you're sad. It's they completely dictate, you know, the emotional roller coaster that we're on as parents too. So yeah, I can only imagine how tough that probably was for you, bro. And I'm sorry to hear that. That's a tough situation, but I do appreciate you sharing it. I know it's not easy to get it out, but it's helpful for you too. You know, it's helpful for you to be able to alleviate things that you hold on to, because ultimately, bro, if you don't, it just compounds itself. You know what I mean? So I'm glad that you're
Right
talking. I'm
on.
glad that you're telling me this, dude. I appreciate the shit out of it, I'm honored. I'm glad that you would tell me. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate that, dude. She's definitely got a good father that gives a fuck, and from that standpoint alone, she's one of the most blessed people on this earth, bro, for sure. So just know that all you can do is stand tall for her. Life is about us, and we do this for our kids. So just got to remember, it's not about us, it's about them, right?
Right on.
You're a good man, bro. You're a good man. Keep doing what you do, homie. That's cool. And I know everyone here can I'm sure in some way on their own relate. In, you know, there's people who probably have worse stories, there's people who probably have, you know, less stories, but at the end of the day, we're all understanding. I think it's just like you said, bro, you don't know until you're there, you know. That's one of the tough things, dude. I feel for you.
Right on.
So how is she today? Let's kind of jump forward to now. Is she doing better? She healed up? Everything golden? I mean, how long ago was all of
Yeah,
that?
we are just over the 2 year mark.
Okay.
July 7th will be 2 years.
Okay.
Well, actually, we're not at the 2 year
Good.
mark. We're just coming up
Getting close though. Very close. That's fucking cool. Good. So
It's
progress
been a
is being
long
made.
ride. Yeah, yeah, we're getting in there. We're getting there.
Good. So how's everything else going as far as life, business? What are you doing aside from growing weed? What do you do, like you said with me? What do you do outside of weed? What are your hobbies? What do you like to do? Tattoos, obviously. I know you like tats.
Right on. Outside of outside of cannabis, carpentry is my main skill trade, if you will. Uh, I'm, I do every aspect throughout the construction phase. I can frame you a house if need be. I could I could put your flooring in. If I had to, I could drywall, siding, roofing, the whole shot. Trim carpentry is kind of where I tend to make my money at. I also build furniture, stuff like that, curio cabinets, tables. I've made corporate, conference tables, stuff like that.
Yeah,
I
the
actually
big
worked.
ass cool ones.
I was actually a personal carpenter for Mr. Mott, which a lot of people probably don't know the Mott family from across the country, but they're here in the mid Michigan. They've started a college and are well known for everything they've done here. But I was, their personal carpenter for long years, and was able to, be head of restoring old homes for probably about 5 years. Is what all I did was they'd cut me off like a house that was like 1800s, and I'd take it right down to the shell, make sure she was structurally sound, and duplicate her the way she was, but with modern materials. she was able, most cases they probably stand in for another 200, by when
Yeah.
I was done with them and shit like that. So
That's tight.
that's
So you
what
do
I
all
do
the
outside of canvas.
construction shit mainly.
Yeah, yeah,
That's tight.
tile and stuff like that. These days it's more cannabis than anything. But
Yeah.
I was able to work as on my own, uh, that being my main business for 18, 20 years, not having to work for anybody. So changing over to cannabis and being able to, kind of work for myself or be, it was a natural thing, if you
Yeah.
will. So I was used to that little bit of struggle that you get here, between jobs and whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Yeah,
works out pretty good.
it's that whole going from something that you enjoy and know that you're good at and pays the bills and is what you call it, consistent, to something that you're passionate about and love and really fucking want to do. And like, yeah, that's that whole jumping feet first and fuck what happens, I'm just gonna make it, huh? I'm just gonna get there, bro. I know that feeling. I know that feeling wholeheartedly.
Well, I actually am getting ready to put on the bag. Somebody coached me out for a little project. I'm not going to say what it was, but it's worth my while. And it's anymore. I don't strap on the bags unless it's something that's really kick ass or creative. You know, that's another thing. I don't even like to build when it comes to like trim, I like the stacks, foot long wide crown molds and shit like that. I like the
Mm-hmm.
very intricate shit. I like to bend wood. I like brown furniture, like brown hutches that had round fronts and
Yeah.
made curve up and down, shit like that.
Yeah.
Really detailed inlays. I like the inlay wood, shit like that. So if the price is right and the project's intriguing for me, I will most definitely load up the tools and take on some projects.
Get
But
down.
yeah,
So let me
yeah.
ask you
There's
a
some.
question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've got a project right now that I'm doing. Me and my wife actually doing for our baby, and he is two and a half years old now. And we got him a sandbox, right? But this sandbox is redwood, and it came untreated, so I got to build it and shit. It's in pieces, right? I'm looking at it, and I'm like, I'm at Walmart today. And I'm like, this stain and polyurethane shit is a 2-part, but in one step thing, and I'm like, all I want to do is protect it. I already like the redwood color. I already like the way it looks. I just literally want to protect it. So I got these fucking spray paint cans of lacquer thinner. Could I just use that, what I already have, and just, do I have to do it thick and do a few coats, or can I just do one quick coat and that'll seal it from water?
Well, actually, John, that's the beauty of the redwood. You shouldn't have to do shit with that. The only thing that you're doing to it is actually sealing up the color or keeping the color, trying to keep the color for
Yeah.
as long as you can.
Yeah, I don't want it
But
to fade. Yeah.
redwood in itself is one of the natural resistant woods. I mean, as far as it goes redwood, cedar, you know, cedar, you should be able to take a cedar wood board and throw it direct contact for 15 years. Fucking redwood, you should be able to throw a board on the ground without any kind of treatment, chemical treatment, and it should not rot out for 25,
Damn.
without anything. So it's better than any treated wood that you can get your hands on. That's for sure. That's why it's so much more expensive. And
Yeah,
then
it
at any
definitely
point,
was.
if the sun fades that, you can always power wash it back to its original luster again. You know,
So should I, if I want to just protect that color from the
if it's
fade,
for your kid, I don't know. I think I would do shit to it, dumb.
just
I
leave it
mean, because
untreated?
yeah, because
Okay.
if you put lacquer or anything on it, especially if it's sandbox, it could break down and ultimately get into the sand.
True
So
that.
yeah, it'd be
True
you
that.
might as well just leave it the natural. It's not. Trust me, dog. If it's real redwood, it's going to be there your lifetime and a good portion of his before it, even if you see it started to break down, you could always treat it at that point. But,
Yeah, if need
in
be,
his
but more of just an
lifetime,
outside thing.
yeah, let him play with it
Alright.
naturally without no chemicals in it, for 10,
Alright.
20 years,
And then on them top
Yeah.
boards where he's gonna have skin contact, just hit that with like a 220 or a 300 plus grit and make it so he don't get splinters, right? That's how do I make it so he won't get no slivers?
Yeah, two round the edges. Just make sure there's no square edges. So
Yeah.
kind of chafe the edges there. And 220 is more than far past for outdoor. You know what I mean?
Alright.
Because every time it rains, the grain's gonna puff up a little bit, and it'll naturally smooth out just from the buffing of rubbing back and forth naturally. The cloth of the
True.
clothes will
Yeah.
actually yeah, it's better left just the way it is. That redwood for sure.
All right. Well, fuck, if you say the last 25 years, I was thinking because of that whole, you get that moisture that gets trapped when you put wood on the ground and it'll stay there and just rot shit out. Like you put down a pine 2x4 or whatever, bro, that shit's rotting in a year or two. They don't last long at all unless it's pressure treated, of course. But it sounds like with redwood and cedar and shit, I mean, you're talking about it'll last forever anyway. So go with it, and if it ever gets really kind of faded or whatever, maybe I'll throw a stain on it at that time, or maybe I could just, if I wanted to do a color thing, maybe I could just stain it and not have to worry about sealing it on.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like the way it looks though. I think I'm gonna leave it. I think I'm just gonna leave it the way it is. It's less work too. Fuck it.
Yeah, I mean, to keep it that color, realistically, you just have to go out there and power wash it once a year.
Yeah.
Kind of get past the sun fade a little bit. But realistically, it should ultimately get more character, deeper color. It should get prettier in time. Like cherry does. Cherry and walnut, now they both get darker in the sun. Redwood kind of does the same thing. It gets its own natural beauty.
Yeah, see, and I want that patina too. I don't want to stop that patina. That aging and that kind of that outdoor weathering process on redwood looks cool. When it starts to get weathered, like you said, when the grain swells and when that starts to get character, it starts to look cool. So I like redwood from that standpoint, and I just didn't know it was that tough. I didn't know it was that kind of a resistant wood. So I like that. That's good advice. It's really good advice. Smells good too. I'm about to take another dab. What about you? You ready for a dab or what?
Yeah, I'm still working on this fatty, but I'll smoke on with you.
Let's do a dab. I got some.
I think I do this. Yeah.
I think this is lemon heads. Lemon heads from 710 Labs. Some pretty fire shit. Super terpy. It's a water hash.
It's funny. I think there's a 710 Labs. I think in every state. Because I know there's a 710 here too, and I'm positive it's not the same.
No. These guys, this is the 710 Labs that I'm talking about. And these guys are only in Colorado and California. There's that little logo. But they're a high-end solventless company. They're fucking, bro, these grams in Cali are going for like $1.20 a gram. Yeah, it's crazy. Out here they're not that bad. Out here they're quite a bit cheaper. They're about 60 to 80, sometimes $90 a gram. Sometimes as cheap as 40. But they're definitely not for your all the time consumption, I guess, unless you're fucking rich, but that ain't me. So I just enjoy them, from time to time for the terps, and I like the organic shit every once in a while too, instead of smoking the BHO and stuff. It's kind of harsh sometimes, so.
You doing cold start? Is that what you got going there?
Yes, sir. That's definitely the best way to get the terpiest, like perfect hit. But you gotta get used to it. You gotta figure it out because you'll go too hot several times before you finally get it down. You know, sometimes you get it dead on right out the gate, but I go about 5 to 8 seconds depending on how thick the bottom of the banger is.
I don't do a whole lot of dabs myself, but occasionally.
Yeah, grams of shatter here, like anywhere between $12. Like if you look on Weed Maps, you can find like Sunny Slabs wax and shatter and distillate for sometimes $12-15 a gram, all the way up to like 40, 45. There's some really good like sauces and terpy shit out there on the market that 35, 40, sometimes 50. That's pretty rare. Like we got like Oleo here. They're one of the more expensive BHO companies. They do a lot of rosin too, but they do BHO, and they'll do $40, $50 grams sometimes.
So as far as the CBD thing goes, what's your thoughts on the source material there? I mean, it comes from tell me you're at least sourcing it from here in the U.S. because I know you can get it from anywhere in the world.
Bro,
anywhere. There's a lot. China actually has a lot of it, right?
You see these eyes? You would not believe the shit I have seen sourcing CBD. Like, yeah. Oh, dude, there's a ton of Chinese shit. Chinese isolate, and it's not plant-derived CBD. It's a chemical compound CBD. So it is a synthetic CBD. It's a CBD synthesis. They made it in a lab. It's not real CBD. You and I both know, especially as growers, that when it comes to cannabis, there is a whole plethora of what we call entourage cannabinoids and terpenes and fats and lipids, and there's esters, there's alcohols, there's so many different things in the plant. It's actually one of the most diverse plants on the face of planet Earth. So cannabis itself has a ton of compounds that help each other, that literally work with each other, and they're synergistic. And once you start taking those away and you start isolating certain molecules like CBD, THCA, THCV, Delta 9, CBN, CBG, you quickly start to lose that what we call full spec effect. You quickly start to lose the entourage effect. The first thing you lose is the terpenes. Terpenes, what do we got? Like, I think it's caryophyllene is found in like pepper and shit, and myrcene and stuff, and limonene and limonene. Those terpenes all have synergistic effects when they're used with either CBD, cannabis, whatever other cannabinoids are in the plant. But the cannabinoids themselves also work in synergy with one another to produce different effects. That's why every strain has its own tolerance. That's why every strain has its own effect. You know, some can be very similar, some can be fucking dead ringer the same, but they all have something unique. And when you get into CBD, you quickly start to realize that these guys are taking, I'm going to say this as kindly as I can. These guys, a lot of these guys, not all of them, but a lot of these guys are taking what I would call a subpar product, and they have figured out that because they're isolating a compound, they can do that, get rid of everything else, and what you initially started with as trash has now turned into a white powder, which is no longer viewed as trash. It's treasure, because that white powder doesn't have the same stink and horridity to it that biomass, that's a term you probably heard a lot, but that CBD biomass coming out of the field had, right? So they're taking whole hemp plants, they're running a combine through the field, they're fucking grinding up. And this is American companies. The Chinese companies are just synthesizing shit. The American companies are these are even some of the companies that you and I both know. They're just combining it, they're combing it, they're cutting it, and they're grinding it the fuck up, and they're selling it as biomass. Some of them are freezing it and doing a little better preservation. Some of them leave it at room temp in warehouses. what that creates, brother, is a massive, what you could call room for error. It creates a massive gray area of like, do you know how many things can happen when wet plant material, say it comes off the drying rack at 60% humidity, 55% humidity, that's right around where we like it at the smokable stage. You throw that into a big ass fucking, you know, pallet sized tote, and then you go store that in a 110, 120 degree California warehouse for 3 months until it's sold to the producer or the processor. What just went with it? All the mold, all the bacteria, all the bullshit. But why do they not have to care? Simply because they're isolating the compound. Once you isolate a compound, you get rid of everything else. Does that mean that the compound you isolated, though, doesn't carry some of those things now in its very nature? No. Eagle 20, fucking Avid, the shit they're using in the field, bro, just to keep the bugs and stuff off, the pollen remediation that some of them do. Like, basically what I would tell you is if you're not growing it yourself, if you don't know the grower and know that this is a high quality hemp farm, or that you're getting something that is a very high quality, it's iffy, bro. It's iffy. Even if you're just buying isolate, because you don't know what the fuck you're looking at, right? And someone will hand you a COA all day. I hate to say this, but with a gram or two that comes out of the batch, right? Maybe even 50 grams that comes out of the batch and is cleaned prior to testing, extremely intensely cleaned, and then sent off, whereas the rest of the product isn't cleaned that stringent. And so you're left with shit that isn't tested. It passes for things that it still has in it, right? So here I come in, right? I come in as a buyer, as a smart buyer who's actually looking for viable product. And I say, okay, well, they're going to test it on their end and they're going to give me a COA. They're going to give me their numbers with this product, right? And I'm going to take that product and I'm going to take it to my lab and I'm going to let my guy test it before I put it into my product. Then I'm going to put it in my product and I'm going to test it after I put it into my product for any chemical changes that happened when I infused it with other things. What that does is it takes that room for error, and especially if you know your farmer, right, completely out of it. So I would say if you're trying to source CBD, A, grow it yourself. B, if you can't do that, B, know the farmer. C, just try to use your connections within the industry to get to the right shit. You'll know, Eagle. If you're looking for something for you or for the family that you want to medicate with, trust me, you're going to know when it's right. You're going to feel it. You're going to know when it's the right shit. So hold out, dude. I will say that. Hold out. And don't fuck with isolate. There's no need. It doesn't have the effects that the full spec or the broad spec have. It doesn't even do the same shit, dude. I can put 1,000 milligrams of isolate in a pain rub jar and get like a tenth of the effect that I get with, 250 milligrams of broad spec. Or I mean full spec. So it's all about them terps and shit, dude. No other cannabinoids, right?
So we talk about shit market products on the market. Do you think there's subpar products hitting the market? Like you say, there's distillate, and they're isolating molecules out of the oils. So I know there's a waste oil being produced there. Do you think that waste oil that's derived, basically has nothing in it? Is that some of the snake oil being sold, probably at the gas stations and whatnot?
Vape carts. Yeah. So there's a guy who has a good example of that on his Instagram page. If you guys want to check it out, it's the Clear Scientist. He does massive CBD extraction. He runs a huge facility out in Cali, and he will show you a waste stream. He just in the last couple of days he's posted it. He'll show you a waste stream from a massive like 50-ton extractor, and you'll see this crude that I'm talking about. And don't get me wrong, it still has minuscule amounts of CBD in it. It still has it. Here's now the difference, right? So hemp oil, you know what hemp oil is? It's pressed from the hemp seed, usually cold expeller pressed from the hemp seed. Doesn't have any cannabinoids in it because as we know, cannabis seeds don't carry cannabinoids. That's why they're 50 state legal. Or if they do, it's very, very, it's not even traceable. And so they press the oil from that. That's hemp oil, right? A lot of companies will, CNN uncovered this. They will put hemp oil in their products and say that they just put CBD in it. They'll say, oh, we put 500 milligrams of CBD. In all reality, they put 500 milligrams of hemp oil that you can buy at fucking Walmart. That's all it was. So I kind of forgot what you asked me, but yeah, there's a lot of bunk shit. Vapes too. Vapes, you got to watch out.
Question was if they're putting it, you think they put out like a depleted oil that basically, you know, it's kind of what I had heard, but
I do. I think it's going into vapes, and I think it's going into food grade stuff. So gummies, you know, shit like that, where you eat it, you still get an effect because it does have some shit in it, and it's hemp oil, so it's still gonna have like, I think like there's fats, there's omegas, there's triglycerides, there's other things in that oil that are good for you, right? So it's still gonna have some benefit, but yeah, it's just a straight snake oil, like you said. It doesn't have anything compared to what it should have. And that, I guess that goes back to what I was saying with the hemp oil thing. It's a very similar product, so it can be used in a lot. It tastes like shit. It smells like shit. It smells like garbage. But you got to think about the chemicals too, you know, on kind of on the same line of what you were asking. The chemicals they're using in the field, you know, it's in that waste stream for sure, heavily. So that's another part of it where that's probably what's fucking hurting people and having a genuine detriment. Like I see sauce, like what do they call it? Terp sauce and sugar and diamonds, you know. I see that shit sometimes where, like I was telling you earlier, these $12 and $15 grams, where you can look at it and you can hit it with the light correctly and you can see that oil on water sheen across the top, right? Now, most people will say that that's, oh, there's fuel left, there's butane. No, it wouldn't pass testing if there was butane in it, right? So then chances are it wouldn't be on a shelf unless they're doing the batch testing trick, like I told you, testing a few grams that's clean versus what's not. Now, that being said, the mercaptans are what is left. That's an oily film that they put in there so that you can, because butane's odorless. Butane by nature is odorless, colorless, tasteless. It's like CO2. So you don't know it's there. So if you're using them canned butanes and it leaks, you have no fucking idea that you're sitting in a room full of butane breathing that shit and you'll die. Or blow up, one of the two if there's a flame. But nonetheless, they put mercaptans in it so you can smell it so that you know if it's leaked. And that's what they're not purging out. That's what will leave that sheen sometimes. And other times it just creates like someone told me one time that you'll get a chemical change in the dabs themselves when butane is left in it over an extended period of time. And with a lot of the sauce, the diamonds in sauce, that's what they do. They don't purge it out. They leave it in a jar. They pressurize it as it's self-purging because butane's volatile. And they let it just kind of build, and then they'll build and burp it, and they heat it. And it turns, and then the THC crashes out into those diamonds and the terps form. And by the time they're done after a month or so, the butane has just evaporated off. And then maybe sometimes they'll try and purge it a little bit, but you can't really purge it that much because you lose the terps. So I don't know, dude, there's just a lot of them just cut corners and they're trying to push it out quickly, bro. And that's where you see that. And it's like, yeah, I see some shady shit a lot, to be honest, to be very frank.
so if you were to use two different terms, wide and broad spectrum CBD, could you tell me that, help us understand the two different terms there and which one you'd utilize for what?
Yeah, definitely. So, okay, so situation. We'll give it to you situationally. So you've got somebody who wants to use CBD, but they're in a red state and they want a 50-state legal product that you can legally ship to them, but they can take it and not ever fail a drug test. You would go with a broad spec. It's a THC free, but still contains the terpenes. It contains everything that the hemp plant has except any THC if it's at all there. Which it already starts out as a high CBD plant anyways with a very low THC ratio. It's always less than that 0.3 or 0.03%, whatever it is. So it still has the terps. They try to get the whole entourage effect just without the THC. And it's a very good product. In my opinion, the full spec's just a little bit better, but not much. They're very close. And it's because they are a whole plant extract. They're a distillate, but they're a whole plant extract. And then the the full spec, any true full spec is always going to have THC. Does that mean you're going to fail a drug test? That's the question, right? That's what everybody wants to know. It depends on how you use it. It depends on how much you use, and it depends on how often you use it. If you're using a topical, it's going to take a long time to build up enough in your bloodstream to get above the, I believe it's like a 0.1 nanogram per milliliter of blood or whatever the fuck it is, reading for it to actually trigger a positive on one of their tests or one of their machines. So it would take, months, on the order of 3-4 months of using like my pain rub, for example, on a full spec to finally fail a drug test. Now with broad spec, you'll never fail a drug test. It doesn't have the THC, you won't build it up, you're good, you should theoretically be fine. But yeah, that's pretty much the bottom line is the broad spec is going to be a 50 state legal product. It's going to be something that you can ship anywhere. You can, the Supreme Court even backed us up in the whole USPS battle when it came to shipping CBD. Even whole CBD flower, they have to ship it. The Supreme Court ruled in our favor. And if they confiscate your hemp and lab it, and it's not cannabis and it's hemp, and it's below the 0.03% threshold, then you not only get paid, but you get your shit back. So it's just kind of a legality thing, right? And then there's a lot of opinions that vary based on efficacy and how it works and all that shit. But yeah, it's a legality thing. And isolate is of course legal because it's just CBD. It has nothing else in it. So that's the major differences, to be quite honest.
Heard that. So walk me through the differences in like cannabis-derived CBD or hemp-derived CBD product. Is there
like
I'll just leave.
difference?
Ultimately, quality. Is there a difference in material in general?
Yeah, I mean, so usually, not always, but usually a cannabis-derived CBD is going to be a lot higher in THC. They're in the order of like 3%, usually 1 to 3%, or even sometimes 5% CBD. So not 50 state legal, only legal in med states or rec states. And it's going to be a higher quality product. I mean, let's face it, it is. Cannabis is just a better gene pool. Cannabis is just, it's a better genome altogether for the oil production. The CBD hemp plants don't seem to produce oils like some of these cannabis strains do. So when you back cross a hemp plant to one of these, banging ass cannabis strains, it tends to produce some good shit. But the THC is on the order of, percentage where it's illegal in most states. The hemp derived is exactly the opposite. It's vice versa. It's usually, not always, but usually going to be lower than that 0.03% THC. And it's usually going to be 50 state legal. Some of it is not. There's a lot of hemp strains out there that definitely produce more than that much THC. Shit, there's some that produce 3, 5, 7% THC, 10% THC. We've seen cannabis derived strains that produce 1-to-1 in the area of 18%, 19% on each. So it really just depends on the gene pool you're pulling from, the terps you're looking for. I would honestly base all that on what am I going to use it for. Am I going to use it for a topical product, an edible product? Am I going to use it for a smokable flower product? Is it a dabbable product? What product am I shooting for? And then I'm going to go from there what gene pool I'm going to select from, right? So, but usually cannabis, if I can, I'll always find a cannabis-derived CBD plant that's got that less than the 0.03%. They're fairly rare, but you can find them. And if you can find, especially in the autoflower and the ruderalis game, they're starting to come around a lot. And yeah, you can get good ones, dude. You can get some fire flower. Like I said, some shit that's like you think is cannabis, you think is normal weed, but it's not because it's so terpy and so loud. It's just good. Don't smell like hemp.
Yeah, I've heard just that, some great things about smoking some good hemp flower that you wouldn't even believe it. Minus the buzz, you wouldn't believe that it was a hemp flower that you were smoking.
Yeah. Some of them have a good little stone to them. Like, I don't know if I call it a stone, but it's a stone, you know what I mean? Like, they give you a little punch, and especially in the order of just feeling good. Like you kind of get that overall sense of well-being. That's what I really like about CBD is it just gives me that kind of that kick back and relax and just like everything's okay, you know, that overall sense of like, all right, we're good, especially if there's any anxiety. Like I said, it's great for anxiety. That's I think with your daughter, I think all she's gonna need is just a high dose, bro. It's not gonna be hard. Like I'll send you some and you experiment, figure this out. But for when she's having a panic attack, hit her with a good dose of the CBD, especially the full spec if she can, or the broad, whatever, and see how it works, dude. But I encourage you to titrate and titrate rapidly, which means figure that dose out quick. If you got to go up quick. You're not going to overdose her on CBD, bro. You know, I know people who take somewhere in the neighborhood of like, I think dude's taking like 400 milligrams. He's taking it's olive oil with this full spec distillate, and he's taking like 400 milligrams per dose twice a day. So that's almost a full gram a day. Yeah, bro, of CBD. I take like 30 to 60, 70 milligrams at a whack. You know, if I take any more of that, it seems to keep me awake. Have you ever noticed that about CBD? Has it ever kept you awake?
Well, not that I really noticed. The only time I ever use it, to be honest with you, is before tattoos. I
Really?
will utilize, 200 to 300 milligrams, and most times I will outsit the tattoo artist on
Bro,
any given area.
if I send you a can of this, will you try it on your next tattoo and see how it heals it up? It's great for shit just like that, dude. Cuts, scrapes. You know, I wouldn't throw it into a fucking open cut because it has cocoa butter in it, and that can be an irritant sometimes to open cuts. But if it's like scabbed over or starting to heal up at all, boom, right on top of that shit, dude. And it heals it faster than Neosporin. This shit is killer. This shit is killer. I straight split my nose with that drone, and I used it to heal my nose, dude, and it fucking killed it, bro. I don't really have a scar. That shit went away.
Nice.
It's like gone. So I got lucky as fuck. Literally like gone.
Oh, yeah.
And my surgeon killed it too, but there's like no scar.
That
Got
had
lucky.
to be a hell of a shot.
It was gnarly.
Throwing like that. Did it lay you out? I mean,
No. I took it like, man. So, bro, it was quite the fucking experience. I was filming a grand opening for a grow store that just came down here to Pueblo, and here I go taking the drone. The owner came out to me and she goes, "Hey, can you get some panned out shots of my shelving and just kind of the product?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure. Let me do this." I says, "You know what? I'm gonna clear the store. I'm gonna do it with the drone. It's a lot easier. It'll come out cleaner. It'll be smoother. It's gonna look good. Much better than somebody walking with the camera and trying to hold it still, right? Even with one of them fucking things, the gimbal, because the drone gimbal is sick." And I start flying in. I'm panning just fine. And I don't know if it was something that was hanging from the ceiling or if it was something that was just out of my view, my peripheral vision. But I'm watching the camera on the remote. So my head's down, okay? I'm not watching the drone in front of me. And I'm flying based on my parameters. My drone's telling me exactly how far I am from the shelf. It's telling me exactly how much space I have to anything around me. Like, these things are fucking smart, bro. They do all the thinking for you, okay? So I'm good, at least I think. All of a sudden, the back prop kicks off of something, slams the drone forward into a bottle of, I think it was Dynagrow nutrients. I'll never forget that. And it fucking kicked back right into my nose. So one prop, second prop, third prop was my nose. All three of those props were spinning at 30, 35,000 RPM, bro. Like with a carbon fiber prop too. No joke, carbon fiber, that shit, dude, bam, my nose broke the prop. Snapped a carbon fiber prop. DJ, I thought that was bullshit, bro. I had to send him pictures, yo. I had to send him pictures of that shit.
That sounds painful as fuck, man.
Yeah, it hurt. But I guess back to what you asked. It didn't knock me out though. It fucking hurt, dude, and it was definitely a shock to the system. But it was one of those things where I didn't realize how bad it was when it happened because I couldn't see it. I just knew that I was bleeding because it was fucking gushing off my nose. You know, I could see blood. And I looked up at the owner and I'm like, am I all right? And she looks at me and she goes, well, you got a little cut on your nose. She goes, you just got a little scrape. It's just a minor cut. I was like, all right, cool. I walk into the bathroom, bro. My fucking nose is like, it's got the gap is like that. You saw the picture, didn't you?
No, I've never seen the
You
picture.
ain't
That's
seen
why.
that shit? I'll show you the picture real quick. Yeah.
Them had been some black eyes too, because when that thing breaks, that blood goes from eye socket to eye socket. You probably just all fucking black.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they're black for like 2 weeks, dude. And then they go through that yellow phase. It looks all fucking weird, like green and blue, and like when it's healing, the bruise. You look like you got socked by Tyson right square in the fucking nose. Yeah, I'll show you the picture, bro. It was gnarly. But nonetheless,
Lucky you didn't fucking fuck up your eyes or something, man. A little shard of that blade in there.
Yes, I am more than blessed on that. I got extremely lucky, actually. Like, again, with that millimeters thing, yeah, millimeters lucky. It was a very close call. The surgeon who stitched my nose up, she told me that if it would have cut, if it wouldn't have hit the cartilage where it did and stopped or broke on the cartilage, if it would have kept cutting into the cartilage, she said that it would have went right into both my eyes. And then what are the chances of that it cuts a little deeper and then breaks at that point? And now this one just stabbed its eye out, right? Because it's still on the motor. And the broken piece goes and stabbed this eye out. I could have been blind in both of them, bro. She was like, yeah, you're fucking lucky to have your sight. I feel it. I feel blessed. I'm definitely counting my blessings. I'm trying to show you this picture, dude. It's gnarly. Shit was crazy.
Yeah, it sounds like you got a path to follow.
It was a shock, though, dude. Like I said, it was a shock to the system. I was like, what the fuck just happened? Like, it nailed me, dude. And it kind of knocked me senseless. That moment where you're like, what the fuck? You really don't know. You're kind of just out of it, but it didn't knock me out. Just fucking knocked me stupid, bro. It wrecked me. Gotta be in here.
Rolling me up another fatty. Smoking some Mr. Tight's Dominatrix.
Really?
All right. Empire breeding is the correct term. Empire breeding.
Is that fire or what?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Nice.
Pine, lemon, terps to it. I'm kind of digging the pine, so I like it. I like it a lot. Pretty smooth overall.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm still, growing pretty well. I can show you some of my growth right here. This is usually the shop.
That's Mr. Tight's home grow. That cat.
Yeah, he doesn't go by that. Yeah, he's Empire breeding now.
Okay. He was one of the ocean grown guys, no?
No. He always did his own thing there. He was he did his Mr. Tight's just his what was it? Cheap home grow. No, was it the cheap home grow? Mr. Tight's cheap home grow. It was just Mr. Tight, then he changed it to cheap home grow. And then some shit happened, and then he ducked down for a while, and then he just kind of reemerged with his own genetic company there. Friends with Ocean Grown, but never, directly testing or breeding or putting out his genetics with them.
Yeah.
Just kind of hanging. And ultimately, he ended up kind of scored Med Grower there. Because that's where Med Grower fell off Ocean Grown and is now kind of hanging with Tight over there at Empire.
I was gonna ask you about that. Do you know anything kind of about? I mean, if you're willing to speak on it, of course. You don't have to. Don't get me wrong, but I was curious about that because I noticed that Med fell out, and I didn't want to ask, but I'm very curious, of course, because that was a tight click, I thought. And it was obviously a surprise to me too. There was a couple other people that fell out, but Ninja has been closely paired with us ever since he dipped from Ocean Grown. He's been to several events with us. He's done booth with us several times since then. So he's a cool cat. But what happened with Med? What's good with that?
I'm not real sure, and even if I were, I probably wouldn't say I knew.
All right. I can respect that. I can respect that. I'm trying to find this damn picture, but it might not be saved in this phone. This phone's fairly new. Jinx posted it on his Instagram not too long ago.
I like
he posts it like he posts it like once a year, bro. He'll throw it up there and be like, "Damn, Dung, remember this shit?" I'm like, you just had to remind me of. That's what brothers are for. Speaking of him, that guy, man, poor dude, just going through this brain surgery and shit. Like, he was in a lot of pain yesterday. He seemed to be in better spirits today, but he definitely wasn't doing the best. And I can imagine. I mean, brain surgery, it can't be fun. It can't be an inviting welcome time.
Oh man, I couldn't believe that he was actually posting shit. Up and at him and posting pictures with the nurse. I was thinking, man,
I know. I was happy to see that.
Meds. Me too. But still.
He's all doc. He's all doc. Gave me some good meds. Told me all I can do is be lazy. I'm fucking chilling. He straight up said that to me, bro. He's like, I'm straight posting. He's like, you're gonna tell me twice. I'm gonna chill as long as he tells me to.
Why wouldn't you?
Fucking funny. I love that guy. Speaking of which, they're doing pretty good too.
Trooper.
Yeah, he is. He's been through a lot, bro. He really has. Very respectable human, very good person, just straight good heart. Him and his wife both. His whole family, dude. I love Daniel, which is Rose's son, and their son Boomy, and I mean, they're just good people, dude. All of them. Me and my family have been up there a couple times. I have taken my family to spend time with them and their family up there in Seattle, and Jinx has been down here to my house and spent time down here with us. So we've had, and as you know, me and Jinx have been road dogs for 3-4 years now. So that's kind of that's a no-brainer. I mean, me and that dude have been all over the country together. We've spent a lot of hotel nights, a lot of restaurant dinners together. So him and I are very close. Fuck, I can't find that picture, dude. I really want to show you guys too, but that's all right. Like I said, if you really want to see it, I suppose it's on Jinx's Instagram page. It was posted like just a month ago. And then if I find, oh no, here it is. Looks like we get lucky. I screenshotted it the last time he posted it.
Oh yeah.
So that's before they stitched it up. That's
Nice.
right when I got to the hospital. It was gnarly.
Yeah, I'd say you're lucky.
It was fucking deep, bro. It was deep. It was so gross. It was so gross. I have this shit called vasovagal syndrome. So it's something I was born with, right? And it's like it's that condition where if you see, with me, it's like just any foreign object. If I see a foreign object enter the human body in a way that it's not supposed to, like a needle going into skin, not necessarily blood, but blood will fuck with me sometimes if it's gruesome enough. But bro, I just pass the fuck out. Like I'll see it and just, I'm done. It's crazy. It's the weirdest thing. My stomach will turn in knots. We were having my first son, and my wife's getting an epidural, and the doctors are over there putting the epidural in, trying to do this shit. And he goes in at first, and she's like, "Oh, I can feel something on my left leg." So he's like, "Okay, it's not in the right spot." He starts to pull it back out so you can put it in. And I just happen to look at the same time, and I see him pull the needle out and then sink it back in to her fucking spine, dude. Ooh, to her spine. So I hit the floor. I instantly just, boom, I passed the fuck out. She's like, they fucking left me sitting there. She's like, all of a sudden you were the patient. I'm just sitting there trying to give birth. I'm in fucking labor. Here you are passing out because your bitch ass can't see a needle. I was like, oh, fuck. I was born that way. I don't know. Shit's weird, dude, but it's crazy. It's called vasovagal syndrome, and it's a pretty intense thing, dude. Like I said, my stomach will turn to knots, and I'll just get woozy and lightheaded. I'm out. A couple seconds is all it takes. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So what strain are you rolling up again?
This is the Dominatrix.
The Dominatrix.
Yeah. Which is Rugburn OG times Sex Tape, which Sex Tape is one of his strains as well.
Okay. I've heard of the Rugburn before. I've never had it, but I have heard that name.
It's a piney strain, that's for sure.
Yeah. These guys got this.
Kind of running, the main one I'm focusing right now on is I kind of bred a strain just for myself, and nothing I'm like selling seeds or nothing for, but just a little project for myself is the Beautiful Loser, which has a hand in the ocean grown camp there.
Nice.
It's half Challenger Deep times Winnie, which the long terms would be Star Destroyer times Wizard's Glue times Durban Poison times C99.
Okay.
That's what that lines up to be. And really nice. It took on the bud structure of the Challenger Deep there, and that was a good strain all in itself. But it took more of the flavor profile and buzz of the C99 Durban Poison sign. So it's kind of like a grapefruit cheese Danish kind of. That's the best way I can pronounce, describe it. Super nice buzz. So I've been, developing that a little bit. Just, hanging out. That's the one I'm hanging on to right now. And I just dropped like 10 new strains to, I'm still a weed nerd. I'm still dropping beans as much as I can. And, looking for that ultimate pheno, that's for sure.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Someone said Rugburn OG is a rare dank strain. Actually, Scott sub introduced me to Scott. Scott is the founder and owner of Rare Dankness, and he is a very good dude. He's actually a really good cat. So I did not know that Rugburn was one of his. So I will definitely check into that. I appreciate the info on that, Anthro. That's some cool shit. I've heard of it before, and if it's got a history, or if it's got people talking, it's probably worth checking out. So that I will do. I love their let's see, he has a couple of good ones, bro. He's got these Ghost Train. He's got the Tangy Ghost Train Haze. That's a fire ass cross. He's got the Scots OG. That's some super fucking kill too. I know the Scots OG is a heavy influence in that Coma dude's entire company. Scott's OG is one of the staple strains that he fucks with. You want to know the truth? He calls it PCS1. I believe that's his Scott's OG. I believe, and PCS1 is a stud that he uses for damn near every cross that he's made so far. But I believe that's Scott's OG. Scott's OG was like his favorite fucking strain. So not talking shit either. The dude breeds kill. He breeds fire shit. I don't know him at all. I've never even met him. I've never talked to him. I don't know him. So not talking any shit by any means. I just do know the history on that, and that is because of Scott. But nonetheless, the Scott's OG's killer. He's got a few, dude. He's got several killer strains. He's a good grower too. They grow really good shit up there. What dispensaries do you like up there in Detroit? Where do you like to go to? I think you're muted, bro.
Yeah, I was. Detroit's like 3.5, 4 hours away, and shit.
But where
even
you're at,
for around here, still 45 minutes away. Yeah, I work my own material, man. I pretty much stay to what I produce.
Did
Sometimes when
yourself.
I go downstate, yeah, I pick a little bit of something up here and there, but it's not very often.
Yeah, that's how a lot of it is for me too. Like I said, I'll pick up some water hash or some really what I would call, I hate the word exotic, but what I would call like not even high end, just like connoisseur style shit. Just the shit you want to taste every once in a while, you know? Not the shit, not your daily drivers, not none of that. The connoisseur stuff that you want every once in a while. I'll pick that up from some dispensaries if I see shit that's, you know, appealing or whatever. But a lot of times on the road, dude, we have no choice but to hit dispensaries. And I've been to a few up in Michigan. I'm trying to think of the name of Light Sky Farms. I've been there. Something Ann Arbor.
Shit, it's been a long time since I've been out towards Ann Arbor.
I forget, but I've been to a couple in Clio over there by the racetrack where actually where I met you that first time. Um, shit, when was that? 2017? I think so.
Yeah, something like that.
I think so.
I want
Yeah.
to say, yeah, yeah,
It was
yeah.
it was
17.
right. That was right after I quit working with Sub. Actually, you were one of the only. I will and actually I wanted to tell you this for a long time. You were one of the only hardcore weed nerds that I knew for a fact supported Sub regardless, which I did as well. Um, contrary to popular belief. That still showed me love and always showed me respect no matter what, and you were always fucking cool, dude. Like never any sense of anything but love from you from the time that I met you that first time, and I think we've met a couple of times after that as well, dude, and I've never fucking had nothing but love from you. So appreciate that, bro. I really do. A lot of people were haters. A lot of people did. You know how this internet world is, and I don't give a fuck. At the end of the day, you know, this is work, bro. I clock the fuck out at 6 o'clock. I go home. I do my family. I light up the barbecue. I fuck with my personal greenhouse. I do my little garden. You know what I'm saying? I work my fucking house flips. I work on my businesses. I work on my marketing. I work on my fucking promotional stuff. I work with companies like Mills and Advanced Nutrients and Zigzag and, you know, these big companies that like to promote things on a grand scale, and I fucking kill it. So I can give a shit less what somebody on the internet has to say. I don't fucking care what the comments under the fucking post say. The fact is it's a business tool, right? So you have to clock out. Like I say, I clock out at 6 o'clock and I don't take my work with me. There's no reason to. But at the end of the day, like that love is felt when that I have to say that I feel love far more than I feel hate. Hate is easy to let go of. It's easy to just sweep aside and say, a person doesn't matter. They can say whatever the fuck they want, right? Sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me. So at the end of the day, that love though, when it comes through, you feel that each and every time. And I felt your love, bro, and I appreciate the shit out of that. I told Jinx
You
that
know,
too,
you
actually.
know, other people's drama isn't mine, and I'm not gonna carry a grudge with somebody just because two of my other friends, it may whatever you know whatever just because they don't get along don't mean I can't get along with them. I still have a common bond with each of them. That's what I have to figure. Why am I going to burn bridges for shit that doesn't have shit to do with me? Well, that's the way I've always looked at it. All the bullshit, drama, anybody's drama. I try, walk my own road, and that's what I hope most people would ultimately try to do in life. But I had to reach out to you. A lot of people don't realize. Well, I've said it, but I don't know how. You were actually, even though I have been, a long time weed nerd, like you said, and a friend of Subs for a very long time. Forum, chat rooms and the forums and whatnot. I never really put my face in front of the camera. And when you guys put together the show, you'd reach out and try to get me on the show several times. And I graciously passed, man. And,
Yeah.
you know, I was very surprised I doing this today, buddy. Uh, but you were way ahead of the curve to reach out and try to pull me out, man, and I appreciate that. So I of course wanted to. You were one of the first people I reached out to when I started this. I was like, you know what? He reached out to me when I was trying to. I didn't want to come out. Now that I'm out, he's one of the first fucking people I want to talk to. So,
That's tight.
it took a second, but I'm glad, you were able to come on and make it happen. That's for sure.
Fucking A. Yeah, that's
Uh,
cool, bro. I appreciate that.
n-
That's a
Not
cool
just
story.
that is, you are a great guy and do a lot in this community. And like you said, you do check out, at the end of the day. And because of that, I think, I'm not saying, you know, um, some people may have forgotten, but there's this is a whole new wave we've got going, Dung Beetle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I was kind of hoping that this was a nice reminder of Dung Beetle for those who hadn't heard it from you. You know what I mean? You should have somewhat of a resurgence, or at least a reminder of the great shit you did, and have done. Just because you're not out there on social media to this day doesn't mean you didn't leave a mark early on. You know what I mean? You just have you got weary of it. Loki was on last night talking about how vicious social media could be. And, as far as that goes, Dung Beetle, he gave away a pack of seeds last night. And I'm not saying it was anybody in this community that would do that shit, because I don't believe it was. But, you know, he was talking about the trials and tribulations of social media and how quickly people can turn their back on you, just like you have, And he
Yeah.
told me today, he said, it wasn't much I got off the show, and somebody fucking reported my Cash App, and it shut down today. And I was like, oh man, that is so fucked, man. That is,
Bro.
I can't believe. And I don't know if it was maybe because he did, because he was he was really blunt about everything he said, as far as social media. And he's like, man, I'm just to the point now where, I don't give a shit anymore. I'm afraid of it. He's flat
Yeah.
out said, I'm afraid of it, man.
Exactly. You,
And
you build you build everything on the back of that platform, and then that platform will drop you at a moment's notice with absolutely no warning, no recourse to try and tell your side of the story, no ability to fight it, and you're just fucked. You're left to scramble and figure out, okay, how do I find another outlet? And that's the problem with social media. Doesn't matter how big you get, they always have the ability to pull the fucking rug out from under you. And that's exactly why I'm taking the approach that I'm taking it. And on the note of what you said, don't you worry, we'll be back, and we'll be back in grand fashion. But at the end of the day, I'm going to do it right, and I'm going to make sure that everything's in place strategically for the businesses before I can devote my time back into that social world. But believe me, it's a tool. It's a major benefit, and not only for business, but also it's just fun, and it's something to do, and it's social, and I like being social. So it's kind of my world. But at the end of the day, it's got to be done right, because if you don't, they'll just yank it out from under you, bro. I want to use my promotional tools and leave the foundational business as a brand, so that lives and dies by its quality and its customer service and its ability to adapt and its brain power and the guy at the helm, right? That is what I want my business to live and die on, not a platform straight going, fuck you. Someone reported your shit. We're not gonna take, bro, I built so many accounts, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, 2,000, 3,000, 1,500, 600, 800, so many accounts, not even just in my name, for so many other fucking people, dude, just to have them deleted. Literally. And then not only are they deleted, but if you didn't screenshot, or if you didn't keep a catalog, or if you didn't somehow keep a phone record of everything you posted on that account, all those pictures are gone too. And I know a lot of people who don't have a bunch of room in their phone, so they'll post it to Instagram and then they'll delete it out of their phone because that's a place for them to keep it without having to keep the memory on their phone. So once they delete that, bro, boom, there went a bunch of your fucking life too, and a bunch of your pictures and memories and shit that you wanted, you know? It's a fucking lame, it's a lame concept from that standpoint, and only because of the industry we're in and the shakiness of the community guidelines for all of these fucking platforms who are all owned by the same motherfuckers now. I just it's too risky to build a business on that. Now, once pot is mainstream and we're 50 state and we have big business galore and I can, you know, build a Budweiser or a fucking Marlboro on the back of Instagram and they can't delete me because I'm a business profile and I'm doing everything by the letter of the law and my lawyers are fucking checking it out, my, you know, media teams, you know, vetting everything before it goes out, then you don't have anything to worry about. Then you're in secure, you know, territory. But right now we're just not, dude. You can get deleted for anything. Somebody just hits report. They don't even have to have a fucking reason. Report weed picture. Well, guess what? That weed picture, according to fucking community guidelines on Instagram, violates. You're not allowed to post pictures of flower. So even though they might not see it for the longest time, as soon as somebody reports it, boom, your whole account's gone.
You know, even though to this day I'm shadow banned currently. I'm shadow banned currently on Instagram, but I still have some faith in them because I do occasionally now, not as bad as it was, get reported. But I've protested every one, and I bet you 4 out of 5 get reposted. If you make them look at it, and you know it's legal in your state, 9 times out of 10 they'll fucking repost that shit nowadays. They're getting better. They're getting better, yeah, for sure. But I just want to be quick to point out that there's a phrase right there in chat that you're directly tied to, in my eyes anyway, and it still gets you. I see it at least once a day in Lunchbox, and it's funny because the other night they were.
Where is it?
There was a few of us on, and they were actually like Boom Farms and a few other people were all showing their lunchbox. They all had one handy, and they were showing it. No.
Yeah. I gotta grab my shit really quick. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab mine, and I got some hash I want to show you too. I'll be right back.
Oh hell yeah! Go ahead. I'll say hi to chat real quick. Johnny Can of Seeds, the American one. How you doing tonight? Hope you guys are enjoying the show so far. Trey Valone, Smoking Girl Fraser, how you doing tonight? Oh, how do I say this? Is a new one. Schrate. Hopefully I said that, from Germany. Holy shit! Hey, thank you for tuning in from Germany. I appreciate the view and hope you are enjoying the show so far. We have a couple of Spiky Pilots is another viewer from Germany. Cool. Very cool. You guys are tuning in over there. Who else? Ned Denver we have in chat. Who else? Got a bunch of people hanging out. Bill Sid, Grokoski, Grokoski. I think I got it that. Yeah, Grokoski. That time. What's up, brother? How you doing tonight? DLP 2372. How are you doing tonight? Just kind of hanging out, smoking this fatty. I don't know if you noticed, but I was actually trying to get the bird to fucking hit the J there while I was hitting it, and I couldn't. For some reason, the artificial background makes my hand disappear as I'm trying to feed it over to the bird. It's gone. But I was trying. I am actually loving this background, by the way. I don't know if this will be the new slaps. I don't know how slap friendly it is, but I sure fucking dig it. That's for sure. There's actually a few more names that are missing on this side in chat. You know, Lexi II and a few other great people are missing at the bottom of that chat list there. And there's some cool stuff under here. It's got, I believe, my Instagram and the YouTube channel down there under the fucking Talking Shit with Eagle. And yeah, there's so many cool things. You guys know I love the skulls and shit, so I love the idea of the bird skeleton. I think it's pretty fucking kick ass. Uh, yeah, the tents in the background he caught, they're actually in what looks like 10-gallon pots. So, yeah, I'd say I grew some fucking nailed that shit, man. I love it. I love it. Pretty badass. It's really badass. So, yeah, I dig it. Mr. Manny D, how are you tonight? What is East Coast? How you guys hanging in? What are you guys smoking? What are you guys smoking at? You see American one? Your name's on there. Right there. Third on the list. Sergeant Pepper, Chris Merckx, the American one. Miss D's Nugs. I forget, I gotta look over here. It's on this. Oh, that screen's cut off, dang it. Forget who else is the last few, but I know Lexi II's on there for sure. My beautiful daughter, I made sure she was on there. She's in chat almost every night. Couldn't forget that. Right next, two great people. Mr. Hemphill. Huh. That's pretty crazy. Dank Agenda, how are you? I know the tents do look nice and stuffed. This is what it looks like in real life here. This is the shot he's kind of based it off. Let me see here. Turn off the background for a sec. There you go. This is kind of what he was basing this shot off of there. As, a different shot, but nonetheless pretty close. I think that's pretty cool. Oh, I know what I can do real quick. I can screen share that picture. Hold on. We'll do this real quick. Playing live on here. Okay. Well, I don't want to edit it, but I'm sorry, guys. Just want to open. Throw that over there. Playing that. Playing live on air here. Screen share that photo. Boom. There you guys go. Now you guys should be able to see that picture all in its glory. Pretty cool. So we're looking at Sergeant Pepper, Chris Merckx, the American one, Smiley's Gardens, Purple Thumb OG, I Grew Some, Lexi I'm guessing that's 420 right there. Pretty cool how he sneaked a bunch of you cool folks into the picture there. And of course, he's got visit me on Instagram with the fucking Talking Shit with Eagle and the YouTube. There's so many cool things he's got going here. I do love the bird skeleton, and yeah, this is pretty awesome. I've never had anybody do some cool shit. He's got he actually captured the 4K and everything. So that's it's pretty fucking cool, man. I'm very taken back by the generosity of him taking the time and showing that. Like I said, Dung, I've never had anybody do something cool like that for me, and pretty awesome, man. That somebody. And this is not that's not his first shot. He's done a couple versions of it, and this was I guess this. I'm guessing this is the final, but I'm fucking happy with that. I was happy with the first one, much less he sent that over one version to me today, then he said, I'm thinking about adding some shit in chat there because chat's a huge part of the show.
Mm-hmm.
It just is. I wouldn't do the show. I don't record these. So I make sure I do them live, and because I have to have chat there. It's like my security blanket, if you will. So
Yeah.
I thought it was super cool that he threw them in there on that whole thing. It was very awesome.
Yeah,
Super
that's
awesome.
that looks like you spent a lot of time on that for sure.
Oh hell yeah! And like I said, a couple of redraws.
So I have got some. Oh yeah, I forgot too. Yo,
Original lunchbox.
the old lunchbox, baby. We still got it. We still got it.
Hoping to get
Everything.
Soil King on.
Say what?
He says, I said, I'm hoping to get Soil King on. He says he's going to come on. It's just a matter of working out today.
Yeah, he will. He definitely will. He's a good guy. We just did a show with him a few weeks ago, and he's definitely a good guy. Pat's a good friend. He's really cool. Actually, I'm running some of his soil here. I'm one of the only motherfuckers in Colorado that has it right now. But
I did watch that episode, dog.
Yeah, he's got good shit. Did you? Oh yeah, the show that we did, yeah, a few weeks ago with Jinx, huh? That you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a pretty good show. I like that, yeah. Full show. And then I got some hash here. Well, it's dry sift actually. It's gonna be pressed, but this is from Rollins, which is a oh my god, I forget. Swamp Boys, the Swamp Boys cross. It's lemon tree crossed to a Nigerian that they did. And it's fire. This is some food grade, still definitely fire. I mean, the color on it is just gorgeous, especially for fucking food grade. Not to mention the shit's got some melt to it, just as it is, and it's not been cleaned. It ain't been ran through anything other than dry wash bags and dry ice. That's it. Just straight material with wash bags and dry ice, and it came out beautiful. Me and MedFit made this on his channel.
Looks like dry sift. It's so fluffy.
Yeah, it's definitely got some clumpiness. It's been in my deep freezer too for a couple of weeks now. So it's just I got an issue with my
No, I
press.
said fluffy.
Oh yeah,
Fluffy.
no,
I didn't say clumpy.
It's got a couple of clumps in it. I'm sure you've seen a couple of, but you can't really stop moisture. Moisture's a bitch when it comes to storing hash. You know that. But yeah, it's definitely good. Like I was impressed with the quality. It's hard to tilt it, but
Yeah. I wish I
definitely
had some. I'm running low right now. It's that time.
This is
time to pull out the bubble bags.
This is a 160. Yeah, bro, I love it. I love making hash. Do you ever dry sift anything? Do you ever sift it and then clean it with the 200 LPI or the 220s?
I do a quick dry sift. Not as much as the serious people do. I actually made temple ball. Roughly showed a process of the temple ball. The other day I made one on air. I'm actually planning to make some hash here real soon on air. Just set everything up and go through the process and answer some questions and shit.
That's something that nobody's doing. Nobody is walking people through a wash. I mean, Frenchie, Mr. Bond a little bit, like back when I was producing sub shit, we kind of did a little bit of that. We touched on some of that stuff and tried to capture it, but it's just hard, bro. And the old school artisan style hash that you make, not these guys in these fucking cold rooms with $1 million facilities and blast bomb proof rooms and shit, like not that kind. I'm talking about literally taking your product with what you and I know we could do from back in the day, throwing it in some water with some ice cubes, bubble bags, and fucking getting down, right? Making some old school bubble hash. And this shit always tastes good. It always fucking smells good. And especially if you're gentle, especially if you're really gentle with your material and you just wash it and do a first wash, maybe a second and a third wash, you can get some really killer shit. You can get some melty shit. And of course, strain dependent, but I like making hash.
I do too. I mean, there is a quality. I'll say it's a quality video on the channel from about a year ago or so. I did, again, I set up. I went through most of the process, just short of. I did the whole first wash, basically. You know what I mean? The whole wash, walked everything, but didn't go through the second and third. Kind of cut it off there. And at that point, I think the video was like an hour and a half. So, you know what I mean? So this time, maybe live will be a little bit different, but I think it's a pretty good, thorough video, for walking through the process.
Yeah.
And we did have Mr. Ron 420 was on like last week, I want to say.
Nice.
Talking about
Yeah, he's a good dude.
Stuff.
Yeah, I like Bond. He's a really good dude. Definitely like Mr. Bond. He's a cool cat. I've met him a couple times. He's cool.
Had a lot of cool people on here. Been a nice gig so far.
I seen that you had Kevin Jodry on here. That's a fucking hit right there, bro. That's what I'm talking about, son. The motherfucking legends, yo. The legends. If you know anything about backyard cannabis, Kevin Jodry is the motherfucking king, son. Like, that dude has preserved some shit. That dude has taken some genetics that people thought were toast and just literally plants that nobody had any seed stock on. This is California backstock. I mean, the Sour D, bro. The Sour D would have went to shit. The East Coast never would have known a motherfucking thing about Sour D if it wasn't for Kevin Jodry. That Sour D plant was coming out of Cali, and that shit was hurting. He got it, I believe, like 17 or 19 years ago, something like that. And it was fucking whirling. It was like a 15-year-old or 10-year-old clone, something like that already. It was just going through some gnarly shit, and it wasn't holding up anymore. I mean, this plant was ready to let go. He brought that shit in, bro, and turned it the fuck around. He is a horticulturist extraordinaire. That dude has done some incredible fucking work. So he's yeah, he's a legend, no doubt. Dude's doing that genetic preservation and really trying to keep the staple strains of the past alive, the ones that made all of today's fire. Like, that's the dude right there.
And I don't know if you're familiar with him, but had Breeder Steve on Monday, who was a huge breeder. Blockhead, Rock Candy, Shiskaberry. Okay. He bred all those, and then just overall, produced tons and tons of flower up there in Canada. He's currently working on several things in Colombia. As well, a sterile flower for one, sterile seed. Female. He's working on a female seed that's a flower sterile, so no pistils, no chance of getting pollinated. So you can grow it out, basically go full term outdoors and not have to worry about it getting pollinated. And that's one of his projects, as well as he's doing a 1 million seed germination. So he's bought a huge hunk of land up there in Colombia, and he's had people send in some seed donations. So he's got, I can't remember. It's a lot, but he's planning to 60 hectares, I think he said, to plant in Colombia with all these seeds. And then everybody that's put in on the seeds, you have to have a minimum of 100 seeds to send in, you know what I mean? So if you put in on this, then you're offered a chance to come to Wonderland when it's fully flowered. You have an open invitation to come there and see all this waves and waves of different kinds of cannabis side by side. He said he plans on, trying to time it out. Well, the first time he said it would be a little hard, so because of the staggered harvest. But he said with, careful notes, the second year, he should be able to bring everybody out with everything fully in bloom and ready to be harvested at the same time, because it's 12-12 there on the equator, so he can stagger it, once he has the proper documentation on flower.
Yeah. Everything's just got to come out of veg at the right time, That's why those strain notes will be important, because the second year around, he'll know oh, this one's a 7-weeker, this one's a 12-weeker, and he'll pull them out at different times to put them under that equatorial sun, and that shit will just explode for a flower sesh, bro. I bet they go wild down there.
Yeah, it's an incredible story, man. It was. I've had he was on. I had Daddy Danko on. I've had Mr. Soul on.
And he's a cool cat too.
That's nice lineup here. It's been a cool run so far. Been very blessed, and people who've donated some time. I've also often said, I said, whatever. But Sub would have most definitely been the first one in the fucking chair. That's for sure.
No doubt.
He would have been able to. That's for sure. I would. He would have kicked off. He would have kicked this thing off for sure.
He would have done it too. You know he would have. You know he would have been right there with you, bro. He would have.
Yeah, he definitely supported when it was I know, I give credit where credit was due. You initially tried to crack me out of the shell there. Malik tried to crack me out at one point. Both honorably, passed.
Honorably fucking failed. You stubborn ass.
No thing. I was. And then, I think like 4 years passed actually. And then the good people over there at, the Michigan Bros Grow Show, Skill Bowl and Sequence come to the Kustock. Actually, I was repping for Sub at the time. I had a booth at Kustock and was selling seeds for Sub, doing the dang thing. And they came up and, said, hey, man, we're putting together this show. And we want to spotlight Michigan people and growers. And, we think it'd be cool if you would kick this fucking thing off for us. And I was actually blown away. I couldn't say no. To be honest with you, Doug, I couldn't say no face to face. It was a great idea. And and another thing, I'm a man of my word too. And it's get me to say it right then and there. I wasn't backing out, and I was honored. So I agreed to it, much to my dismay. I didn't like the idea of it, so they got me to come on, and they did one of these very same type of episodes with me, which is buried out there somewhere, and it became that episode, and then it became like a panel thing once a week. I was hanging out there. Time had passed, and that's what kind of got me out of the shell. I don't know. After I left there, I guess I kind of still felt the need, if you will, to still do something.
Keep it going.
That's where this thing kind of came about. Yeah, that was right after Sub died too, and not touching on the past, but how my past, when he died, man, how I was good friends with Sub. That shit threw me for a fucking loop, man. I'm not afraid to admit that shit. Even as I sit in this very same room, I look around here. I've got dank posters all over the walls. I got shit he sent me. All the techniques. I still growing quads, done. You know what I mean? All the shit I learned from him. And
I run my hydro in quadrants, bro.
It was. I took that shit really hard, and I still really do. And I'm actually down this channel. I think it's between, I want to say 14 and 15. That's a kind of somebody came to me, Spartan, and said that he kind of felt was in his garden, and it was one of them things. He just said he kind of felt Sub. You know what I mean? And he was working with a tester that Sub had, gave him the blue cough.
Yeah.
And he said, I just felt like Sub was there, and he told me that you needed to hear this song. And he said, other than that, man, I just kind of felt like he hung out there for a minute. And he said, after that, I immediately kind of played the song and listened to it. He said he gave me the chills, beginning to end. And he said, you know what? I've never heard of the dude, and I listened to a few other songs and didn't really care from him. But that one song, and so he come on the show and told me this story. So, and he says exactly. So I wanted me to tell you to listen to this song. And man, so the show's over, and I'm going back through to put my tags on, and like this is live. I can't put the description in right now or tags or anything. So after this is over, I go back and put my tags and description in. So that's what I was doing, and as I was doing that, the video got bumped forward to that very moment, um, where Spartan is telling me, "Sub wanted you to listen to this song."
Really?
And I wrote it. Yeah, this is very true shit. And I had
Wow.
wrote it down early in the episode, and I was going to check it out anyway. But at that point, I was like, "It's got to happen now." And even as I talked to you, you could see, man, I got goosebumps telling you the
Bro,
story.
I can feel it. Yeah, I can feel it. I can feel it.
So I listened to that shit, and to this day when I hear it, it gives me chills. But it does. It said the song sets me at peace.
Yeah.
You know, because no, we didn't get a chance to say goodbye. There was no funeral. There was no, you know, tribute. No nothing. No nothing.
No, his.
Me and Queen V tried to throw something together. She hit me right up, and it fell through. You know, for whatever reasons, whatever. But there was no saying goodbye. So after hearing this song and everything, I aired it the next day. I went live, and as well the night before I said I was going to do it, and I went live and smoked a joint, and I kind of asked everybody who in the beginning when you watch us to fire one up and have a goodbye with him, and I broke down in the middle of that fucker. You know, it's very public, but whatever. But you know, it's still there. And I encourage anybody that wants to say goodbye to go back and watch that. That song is about an 8 minute song, and it talks about how the guy didn't ever intended to write it, and he talks about how he's at peace now. It's eerily how it kind of plays out, and I listen to the song all the time, but it does help me. It's definitely closer for saying goodbye to a friend that I. But
At least the best we can get, we're gonna get. You know, that's
yeah,
it's a tough scenario or tough situation right there. That was well, I think we lost the eagle, folks. His shit froze. Oh, there you are. Nope, you're back. He said, shh. It just froze for a second. It says your connection's. Oh, wait. There's no way it's you're talking about my connection. I plugged my fucking Ethernet in. It's telling me my connection's unstable. Hold on.
I can handle that. Better you than me.
Yeah, we should be all right now. But yeah, that was a I don't know, that was a tough situation there. Just the way he went, everything that went down. I actually had kind of a very unique experience before he passed. So we were at, I don't know, we were at an expo somewhere. This is just before this coronavirus shit happened. Just before Sub passed. And, well, I guess a few months before, but we were at a fucking event. We went to dinner with Miss Jill, Soil King. There was a bunch of people. Jinx, Rose, like there was probably 20, 25 people there. We all go to dinner and we're sitting down talking with Pat, Soil King, and with Miss Jill. Where at what point they proceed to tell us that they are actually now together. Nobody knew at the time. Nobody had been told. We actually at that very moment were told that we were the first people, because it was Jinx and Rose and I that they were telling, that knew this. And Jill made a comment that will forever stick with me, which I mind you, I fully respect her for. And you guys have to see this from a different perspective, because I am not coming from a bad place with this. I'm actually coming from this is how kind of life sometimes gives you signals, and it tells you when something's about to happen, and sometimes we see them, sometimes we don't. I didn't see this one until after it all played out. But she looked at me and she said, Doug, I really hope. She goes, me and Pat have been struggling with this for a couple of months because we don't want to go public with it, simply because Sub's in a bad place. And this is her having the utmost compassion for a man that bashed the shit out of her publicly. Had a very tough time with the divorce they went through, right? You've seen it all, so did I. But at the end of the day, that's their business. And Anther just said it right there. And she said, we don't want to go public with this because Sub's in a bad place, and we feel like if we do, it could be the straw that breaks the camel's back, right? So I don't know if this was ever said or if any of you guys ever caught wind of this.
I was told privately, but I believe you're dropping a bomb for most.
2 days before Sub passed is when Pat himself, which Sub and Pat were brothers, when Pat himself called Sub and told him that him and Joe were together. 2 days before Sub passed. And Jill said that. She asked me at dinner, she said, Doug, I really hope that this is not, if we let him know, or if he finds out, I don't even want him to find out. Like, she was totally worried about it, bro. She's like, I hope this ain't the straw that broke the camel's back. And I'm not saying it is. I'm not at all saying that. Because Sub had so much going on. And if you want to know the fucking bottom line truth, okay, we all can sit here and agree Jill didn't have anything to do with being the straw that broke the camel's back. The government is the straw that broke the camel's back. If it wasn't for that raid, if it wasn't for everything he was going through, facing prison time again, that stress wouldn't have been there. And him taking information about his brother being with his ex, he would have taken it in stride. Why? Because he had moved on. He had been with other women up to that point. He had had another girlfriend at the time. So I feel like the raid and everything is kind of what did it. That to me was the straw that broke the camel's back. That's the truth. But you're right. I probably did just drop a bomb to us and, or me, you, and the 44 people that are in here. So I'm cool with that. I'm okay with that, because at the end of the day, it's the truth. And it's my experience.
Don't. I'm telling you right now, I love you, brother. This is the first time in 78 episodes that I wish I would have recorded this, to be quite honest with you, because yeah,
Sorry.
I know for a fact that you just set fucking we just set some shit out right there that a lot of that wasn't known, and I'm sure it just has set a fire.
No, that's okay.
The sad thing about it was I could confirm everything you just said. And,
yeah, I was gonna
say,
here's the bottom line, okay? Here's the bottom line. And mind you, at the end of the day, I am a very open and very honest person. I'm an open book. I always have been. I'm very, very close with Jill. I'm very close with Pat. I'm very close with Jinx and Rose. And at any point, if any of them came to me and asked me about the conversation that you and I had, in the sense of like, why would you say that? I would absolutely tell them, number one, because I'm an American and I have the freedom of speech. Number two, I stand for my constitutional rights. Number three, I 100% have the right to tell my truth and my experience as I experienced it. And the fact is, I am absolutely on the side of them, because that's not like, I would never sit here and say that somebody getting with somebody else, like life happening in general, because that's just life, is what caused somebody. And mind you, I have never, and even as close as I am to the situation, I have never heard nor confirmed whether Sub, I don't know how Sub went. I don't know. That's the truth. I have been told that it was a possible overdose, and that's all I know. That may very well not be true. That may be true. I don't know. But at the end of the day, all I can say is that I love sub. I love every side of both, and I've always been very close with both sides. And they all respect the shit out of me. So they understand where I'm coming from. They know my opinion, and I've talked to all of them about this shit anyway. So to me, it's something that's near and dear, you know? And it's also something that's between you and I. And you and I personally come from a different standpoint than most other people, right? You and I had personal relationships. You and I can speak on things that I think a lot of other people can't, from that standpoint. And so maybe I'm the best person to say it. But bottom line, all I did was just drew a timeline for something that was very public. None of this was hidden. They posted it all on Instagram. They talked about it all. It all went down publicly. They did everything that they did for in front of the public. And everything I repeated, or everything I just said, if you were paying attention to the few accounts involved, it was all played out on Instagram. I mean, you could have seen it if you were just watching. You'd have seen it anyway. But you're right. I hope I didn't start a fire, dude. I fucking hope not. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. It is what it is. But no, it's one of those things where I have a ton of respect, and from that standpoint, I'll shut my mouth about it. But it's one of those things where I don't know, dude. It's just a weird situation, and like I kind of want more clarity on it. You know, I would love to hear. Maybe you and I should have a private conversation, but I would love to hear more because there's a lot of questions I still have, dude. There's a lot of things that I don't know. You feel me?
I have no answers.
I think so. I could see it in your face when I was just talking. I could see it. So we'll talk after this, but nonetheless, that's yeah, it's a touchy subject. We'll move on. And moving forward. Oh fuck, bro.
So,
12:30 now.
how's the girl? You know, what are you? I know we talked about you know, hemp. Is that and THC? Are you in the THC market? I know you mentioned the Dungbettle brand.
Oh yeah.
How's that going?
Yeah, flour, hash. That's all killing it. It's so I dealt with russet mites like a year and a half ago now. I'm down here in the desert, and so russet mites are kind of common down here, and we unfortunately got an infestation which took my whole fucking library out. Because you and I both know, dude, the russet mite is the one thing I'm assuming there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. But at the end of the day, I'm not fucking with it, bro. Like, I cut and run. If it says russet, I'm out. If it says fucking hemp russet, I don't care. If it's a russet mite, I'm gone. Because the fact is, they burrow into the stem. They hide from anything you could spray on them. And then they pop back out when that shit's gone and don't give a fuck. Their eggs can burrow for months and months and months and be dormant. They can even be dormant in a dead plant and then still come out later and hatch. Like, those fucking things just hang on. So, I got russet mites and I just had to cut and run. I cut my whole fucking library down. I had so many fucking award winners. I had Scott from Rare Dankness's Star Killer OG that won 5 cannabis cups. I had his Scott's OG. I had his Ghost Train Haze. I had Sub's Space Queen. I had Black Cherry Soda. Third Dimension, Kaboom, Pennywise. I had a XJ13 Pennywise cross that was like a higher CBD one that was fucking fire. That was the one that I picked, but all the other ones I named were all Subcool personals. They were his cuts. Dude, I had a bunch of shit, bro. I had so much good shit, and I had to cut it all down. Long story short, nonetheless, it pissed me off because I lost everything. So the last year and a half's kind of been a rebuilding process from that. Like, finding strains, pheno hunting, going through the whole thing. You know, I literally just put a new greenhouse up at my fucking home on my personal property because I want to be able to pheno hunt under the recreational and medical guidelines that I traditionally would be able to as a private farmer, and not have to worry about anything other than, you know, keeping my plant counts and making sure that I have locks on my doors, right? because I can still grow my own medicine, and that means that I could put up a greenhouse to pheno hunt as long as my plant count's right, and I got a lock on the motherfucker. So that's what I decided to do this year. So I'm trying some shit outdoors, just doing a pheno hunt in a controlled situation in a greenhouse, find some fire there, and then take it indoors. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm finding those strains again. I'm going through the process of, you know, recollecting and popping seeds and oh god, a whole bunch of shit. But it's still good though. You know, I'm having good luck. I grow a lot of good shit. So the fact is I'm even finding things out of seeds that's killer. And it moves. So I can't say it's been bad. You know, this Corona shit though, as far as the whole event side, the photography side, the marketing and branding side, that's made shit hard. Because as you know, a lot of the money we make is at these events. You know, aside from going there and getting paid to take pictures and selling in magazines and shit, we're there fucking selling products too. We're there selling Jinx's seeds. I'm selling my paint rub. We're selling weed. Well, I didn't say that. We don't do that. But you know what I'm saying? We sell a lot of shit. So bottom line is we make money. And those have just been non-existent. You know that. Those are fucking nowhere to be found right now. And speaking of which, have you heard anything about this whole lockdown situation and when we're going to be able to get back to that shit? I can't seem to pull that a number or a time frame out of nothing.
I can go get a tattoo Friday. I'm actually almost squatting there tomorrow night.
Really?
I shit you not. Yes.
He's like, I'm getting my ass the fuck up there.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, that's the way I deal. You know, that's the way I deal with shit. You know, everybody's got their way. I smoke a lot of weed and I vent through ink. And I have a lot of ink. So I guess, you know, so and with my dad's passing, and you know, I've got some ink that needs to be laid. So yeah, that's top on my list, first things to do there. So that's kind of important to me. So yeah, I've been counting on this day. I've actually tried to. I'm not even gonna lie. I've tried to entice him to, you know, break the rules, break the rules for a friend, and you know, and I understand. You know, I get it where he's coming from, but that doesn't mean I haven't tried to. You know. So the 12th here in Michigan is supposed to be pretty close to where we're going to get to normalcy. The you know, the gyms, the hair salons, tattoo parlors. Most people, it looks like, will be headed back to work on Friday or thereafter here in Michigan, especially after the protest we just had. You know, hopefully the 12th will start to steamroll and back. But yeah, that's not concrete though. We're not there yet. So yeah. Hopefully, I'm hoping.
Fuck yeah.
Tattoo supplies, from what I've heard, are coming tomorrow. That's why I'm squatting.
These motherfuckers ain't getting away from me. I'm getting some ink. That's tight. Well, I'll send you some of this paint rub so you can try it out. That would be good info, dude. Just to kind of see how it helps with healing up a tattoo, and you know, keeping the color, whatnot. And you just try on a little piece. You know, do your normal regimen like you do. I'm sure that's a very sensitive thing, but just try a little tiny piece with my shit and see. You know, an inconspicuous spot or something. I don't want to fucking. But I'm telling you this, dude. We have had luck with everything from acne. Okay. So literally clearing acne and creating the right fats and the right environment in your pores, in your face. A lot of people don't understand that hair grease and face grease are two different things, and hair grease does not belong in the pores on your face. And that's what really causes zits, is longer hair and, you know, shit getting that hair grease just kind of comes down your face when you sweat. Just that hair grease gets in your pores, and it's not good for them. And then you start to swell and get zits and pus and whatnot. And so we've been able to clear up acne with it. The pain galore, bro. I've had it work on all types of pain, healing shit up, really keeping, like, when people will get a bad sunburn, and you know, if you're a really white guy like me, you sunburn, and then once it peels off, and you're not even fucking tan. You're right back to being white. Like, I can't tan for shit, bro. It just peels off, yo. This shit, no, it'll make it so that the skin doesn't peel nearly as bad. and that color doesn't really come off. Like it's a super fucking product. So I'm stoked about it, and I kind of want your feedback. So just let me know what you think and shit, and let me know how it works for you. That's all I care to hear.
I will. I'm always very appreciative of anybody that's takes the time to wants my opinion. So yeah, I'll
Fuck
take
yeah.
time to test it out and give you some input on that.
It's
Kind of like
valuable.
I've always thought that about like the testers too. You know what I mean? Same thing. Somebody's got that time to send me a pack of seeds. Usually I have fun. Like yeah, I'll throw that out.
Yeah, I'm stoked. Like I'm fucking. I mean, I don't care if you have a name. I don't care who the fuck you are. I don't care if I never heard of you. If you just took the time, because to me, it's not even about what's in the package. It's about you just took that hassle of getting stamps or going to the post office and paying postage, writing on a package, packing things up, taping shit closed. You went through that hassle for me. So like, I gotta respect that. You know what I mean? I gotta love that. And I don't know. I'm just like you. I've always felt really fucking like honored and special when somebody sends me something. I don't give a fuck what it is, dude. I always feel like, yeah, I don't care if this was empty, bro. They taped that bitch shut and put it in the mailbox. I'm happy. They made effort for me. I feel special.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's the same thing with this. You know, this drawing here for the show and shit. I ain't kidding you, man. I put this on my screensaver today. You know, I
I
fucked
would
around,
too.
made sure it was gonna background. You know, I fucking looked at this thing all day today. I thought that
You're
thing
not
was
using a
fucking.
green screen behind you, right? You're just broadcasting. Your tent and lights are back there, huh?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what? It's the Zoom software because you have the paid version, so it allows you to just put photos behind. So I could literally make this disappear behind me.
Oh yeah, for sure. Look, hold on. I didn't mean to do that. Hold on.
What the fuck?
Turn my camera back on. But yeah, I can go right here to virtual settings. And one night I had a blackout. Oh my god! Which episode was it? Miss Nudie. Go back and watch Miss Nudie. Uh, Dungbettle. I had a power outage that night. Did the show from a fucking uh, from what do you call it? From a generator.
Yeah.
And so well, I was fucking around with it that night, man,
Yeah. You
because
fucking lived with the
the room was
generator.
so black. The room was so black, and then I had on it was a really dark shirt, so all
Yeah.
you could see was like my head. So I was like fucking around, floating it around, doing this like floating head shit. There you go. Yeah,
Fucking San
floating head
Francisco.
bullshit. Oh man, I was having too much fun with it. Oh, right here, this was my favorite one because
Oh,
you
that's
could
dope.
just see my head. I was like doing the orbit thing, you know what I mean, around the Earth and shit. Oh man, there you go, right there. Yeah,
That's
that
dope,
was
dude.
fun, man. So much fun. So
That is
much
pretty
fun.
cool. I didn't know you could do all this. Like, let's see, add image. Oh shit. I can add my oh yeah, that's how you did it. You added your own fucking pictures.
Yeah, got the
I
signed copy of Substance.
this shit is fitting to get lit, folks. Get it. Wait, let's go back in time. Hold on, camera roll. What do we got in here?
Yeah, you can use any image you
Oh
have on your computer.
no, I mean the shitty thing is this is actually a brand new computer. This is an HP computer. It's a laptop that I just bought. I recently bought a couple of them. I bought my wife a new computer because she works with her laptop, and then I have my desktop, which is my workhorse, but I just figured I needed something on the go too, something better. And this one folds in. It's a tablet slash laptop. It folds back over, and it's touchscreen, all that shit. But it don't have anything in it. It don't have like my pictures or any of my documents. You know, like all my Nikon shit, all my camera stuff. It don't have any of that. So I'll have to transfer some shit.
Oh, yeah. That's what I was just getting ready to say. You can always put cool images on there.
This is fucking cool.
I always suggest that too for here's a good suggestion too, Don, for another creator. I come across this, you know, from time to time, from people that don't want to be on camera. You know what I mean? So, like, say if you didn't want to be on camera right now, or if you shut off your camera, it takes your box off the screen. So basically, it would just be me with your voice in the background. You know what I mean?
Okay, so you would
So
hear me,
if
but you
you're,
wouldn't see me.
yep. So if you have somebody that comes on and wants to talk but doesn't want to show their face, and you don't want to be just the box,
Right.
you have them set up a virtual background like you do,
Yeah.
but you have them cover the camera with a piece of, just like this. You have them cover the camera with a piece of tape. Now it will be
Ah,
now it'll be two boxes on the screen instead of you talking to yourself.
gotcha.
It'll be this background instead of, this.
Right.
So
No, it's cool. They do a really good job too. I mean, don't get me wrong, you can kind of see when I move my head real quick, it lets you see a little bit behind me, whatever. The hands disappear and shit sometimes. But they do a damn good job without a green screen of actually making the background kind of decent, you know? They do a good job at that. I've never seen. I thought you had to have a green screen regardless to do something like that behind you.
it's a lot better with the green. I don't think you get the difference with the green screen. You're right. As long as you don't move real fast, it's pretty good. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's pretty fucking cool, dude. I'm glad you showed me that. That's tight. All right, let's see here. All right, I got about 13 more minutes. I'm gonna go till about 1 a.m. and then I gotta get my ass to bed. I got a bunch of actually I got family coming in from out of town tomorrow. So my old lady who normally
Shit.
she has to be up at 4 a.m. She starts work at 4:30. And here it is, 12:30, and she's still fucking cleaning, bro. You hear the vacuum going out there right now. Baby's sleeping, everybody's out. She's out there fucking cleaning. So her brother's coming, so we're gonna have a little bit of fun tomorrow. Go do some sightseeing or something. Kind of go hang out. They just
Well,
opened
cool.
restaurants.
I'm glad you gave me the warning instead of just like having to pop off. Because there's at least one thing I want from you,
What's up?
and that is it's one of these things, man. I'm kind of fuckity fucked, man. I don't want to see it go. I don't want to see it go, Doug.
Bro, we'll do it again.
It,
Honestly, I enjoyed
no,
this. I like hanging out. I fucking love
well,
this.
obviously this too, but what I'm getting to is I started this from the beginning, episode 1, and it's pretty much as we all call it now, the sound bite. I can't believe this is fucking 79 right here, Doug. 79 episodes
I know.
consecutive. I did a 420 episode that was 24 hour. I smoked on air with guests for 24 hours straight, no deal. And YouTube wouldn't post it because it was too long. If I would have divvied it up into 2 hour segments or 2 12s, it would have aired. But because it was one piece and I broke both rules of being too large of a format, too large of a file, and too long, they'll never see it air. They'll never see the light of day. But
Really.
other than that, I've gotten every episode, every guest up until this to do this. And it started out, and he was like, I'm gonna do it at 50, man. And then 50 come blowing up, and then obviously my dad passed on 50. So it didn't happen. So
Right.
I said, oh man, and I didn't want to lose the idea. I thought about it too. I'm like, well, fuck, man. What do I do at 50? Do I give it up? I like doing it. I like asking it. You know what I mean? It's a fun part of the show. Do I give it
Yeah.
up at 50? So I've been trying to push it back. I was like, oh man, well, I'm going to do it at 100. I'm going to do it at 100. Then I realized, holy fuck, the 100's going to be at the end of the month.
Yeah.
So I kind of reverted back and I looked at my subs, and I was just under 800. I thought, fuck, I'm gonna push it back till I get to 1,000. Well, goddamn, last few fucking days, man, I've been getting a little steamroll, and now it looks like they're either gonna land at the same point or one's gonna be earlier. The 1,000 may actually hit earlier than the 100, or converge at the same day, which I thought would be, man, that'd be fucking awesome. But
Right.
then either way, it's a point that I'm not looking forward to ending. So I'm like, man, am I gonna fucking keep it going? So if it actually happens at 100 and 1,000. Well, there's no excuse. It's got to happen at that point. It's just a matter, well, if I keep doing it after that.
No more
But what
pushing
it
back.
is a sound bite. It's your marker for your episode. You know what I mean? As they go through, I'm going to put them in order too. So as everybody hears it in the celebration, note that this is your. They'll be like, "Oh God, Dungbettle, that sounds like a good episode." So know when you're putting this into it that this is your marker, brother. What
All
I'm
right.
looking for is like the old radio station, like identification type thing. You know, remember how the artist would come on, i.e., you, and be identify the station they were on, i.e., the show. You know, so can you give me that sound bite? You know, for instance, hey, this is Eagle, and I'm on fucking talking shit with Eagle. You know what I mean? You can
Mhm.
soup it up, you can dress it up, you can make it just plain Jane if you want, but no, like I said, this is your marker, and this is the only part of the show right here that I actually wasn't smart enough to Smiley's Gardens.
Jack
Talk about needing
Greenstock,
to
I'm
eat
not that lost player. Yeah, I might be
fucking
stoned, but I'm not lost. Yeah, I can do that, bro. That's not a problem. Um,
fucking
so what? You'll clip it out of this though, right? So you'll go back and clip that soundbite out, and what kind of thumbnail it almost?
Well, basically, I'm gonna loop them together. But yeah, I wasn't this
Okay.
smart until Smiley was nice enough to point it out. Like 68, he's like, "Dude, you can record just this section." And I'm
Yeah,
like,
and
"Oh,
you could loop it too, whatever. All right, I
yeah."
got
So
you.
now I gotta go back. I got 68. I gotta go back through and just fucking cut that out now. So yeah, I'm gonna hit record, and anytime you're ready, brother.
This is Dungbettle 420, and I'm on fucking talking shit with Eagle.
Perfect, man.
There you go, brother.
I
That'll
appreciate
work. I
that.
couldn't really think of anything else. You know what I mean?
Oh
Yeah,
man, you
Chris,
you
that's
you
that's
wouldn't
that's the
believe
best I can come up with. Thanks for the line.
the
No, I fucking
why
would have read that, bro. If I'd have seen that before I said it, I would have read that.
I would have fucking the reactions. That's why I don't want to give it up. Some of the
Dude,
reactions
here's
and
a piece of
some of
advice.
the ones have been priceless.
I was just thinking about
Priceless.
something.
Some of
You
them have
should.
went 4 or 5 takes.
I'll bet some of them pretty funny. You should.
Yeah.
Okay, so had you hit me at the beginning of this whole thing with that? Think about how before I got all stoned and shit, how much more energy I have, right? And that probably would have been, at least for me personally, a better time because I would have been my brain, my gears were turning a little bit more. Now I'm kind of getting tired. It's towards the end. So maybe do that right in the beginning and do that take or like, hey, let's do a quick soundbite and a thumbnail. You guys can give me this or say it how you want, but because I don't know, I just I felt a block. I was like, man, what the fuck should I say? And I just couldn't come up with anything. I don't know, I felt dumb and stoned. But at the end of the day, I don't know. We'll try that again.
I like the insight.
Just a little piece of advice, honestly, because it may help. It may get a better piece from people because they're more energetic when that energy's there in the very beginning.
I think you may have something there. I think I'm gonna give that a shot.
Been doing this media shit for a long time, bro. A long time. Actually, when I was working for Marriott, I used to tell my agents. I was a floor manager, and we were taking phone calls. Same thing, timeshare division. But there was a lot of travel insurance involved, and if you could sell a travel insurance policy, you'd make like $100 bonus for every policy you sold. Um, Mind you, if you or I are going to go take a 30 or 40 or $50,000 vacation, okay, for 2 weeks in the Bahamas or something, what happens if the day before you guys go, your 3 kids all get sick, come down with the fucking flu? What are you gonna do, dude? You just can't go. You're fucked, right? You got travel insurance. You paid $900, $800 on average for a travel insurance policy, and you get that 30 grand back. You didn't pay for that travel insurance policy on 30 grand. You're not getting it back. You ain't getting shit. Your plane tickets. I mean, some airlines will protect them, some won't. Depends on if you paid for their insurance. There's all kinds of shit, but we offered a timeshare insurance, and I would tell my agents all the time, like, look, the reason, because they'd always be like, Dung, how in the fuck, the Marriott would offer gift cards, and they'd say, hey, we got a $10 gift card or a $20 gift card, or plus you'd get your bonus on your check for the next person to sell a policy. And I'd clean them up, dude. Literally, I'd just fucking clean them up. I'd go out there, I'd sell like 5 or 6 policies, go back to my boss and be like, yo, I sold not just the next one, but I sold the next 5. And they'd be like, all right, bro, here you go, fair and square. And so I would everybody be like, how the fuck do you do it? And what I'd tell them is, right when you take that phone call, what you guys are doing is you guys are waiting until the end of the call to ask them, oh, by the way, before I let you go, there's this travel insurance. You want to hear about it? And the person's already checked out of the call. They're like, no, I don't want to hear about that shit. I'm done. I booked my vacay. I got all my dates. I got my times. I got everything. I'm out of this call. Like I told you by 3 minutes ago, you know? And they don't even want to fucking hear it no more. But what I would do is I would take advantage of the whole time at the very beginning. So instead of putting my customer on hold while I booked their hotel or while I booked their vacation, I would leave them on the phone with me and small talk them and say, look, we got travel insurance. This is a fucking expensive vacation. This is an investment. This is something you want to protect. Don't be dumb about it. It's $800. You're going to slap this down. This is what's going to happen in lieu of this. Whoop, whoop. If you don't end up using the insurance policy or making a claim on the insurance, then you get a certain credit of that money towards your vacation. You get some free drinks. I'll throw you some bonuses, whatever. And I'd sound like a motherfucker, bro. And nobody could figure it out, dude. I would tell them the secret, like hit them in the beginning, not the end. That's all I gotta do. Beginning versus end. They fucking train you to hit them at the end. I'm telling you to do it the opposite because it works. People just couldn't figure it out, dude. I don't know what it was, but it's the truth. If you get somebody right at the end, they're, you know, or right at the beginning, I mean, they're just more in tune with it, you know, especially as fucking stoners.
Right.
Especially as stoners.
That's one of the great facets of the cannabis planner, like that can bring you and bind you closer to things, more in tune with some shit. Sure.
Oh yeah, I feel like it opens up a lot of things for me, especially like therapeutically. You know, it's one of the things where you just, I don't know, you just don't see things the same when you're on cannabis. You're a lot more compassionate. You're a lot more empathetic. You know, I don't know. It just makes you a better person. Like, if the whole world was stoned right now, you wouldn't see all this looting shit. I guarantee it. You know what, though? Honestly, our fucking politicians, they're the jackasses that need to smoke weed. Straight up. Like, if they'd smoke weed, they'd get along. Bottom line. I'll tell you right now, I know there's one guy in here that will agree with me on this. That's the American one. And one of the founding fathers of this country said it best when he left office. George motherfucking Washington himself, first president of this country. He left office, and when he left office, he looked at the cabinet and he said, I'm going to tell y'all one thing, and I'm going to tell y'all this one motherfucking time, and if you don't listen, it's your own goddamn fault. He said, if you guys move to the party system as a country, you will fail. You will fail. Meaning, if you divide democracy, if you become a democracy of red versus blue, Republican versus Democrat, and everything else in between, you will effectively lead this country to failure. We have done nothing short of exactly that. We have fucking let him down with with utter grand fashion. And it's fucked up, dude, because the blueprint was there. It was all in front of us. It was all laid out by our forefathers. And then we started to get away from Constitution and started to get away from amendments and rights and protections. And we started to worry more about people's fucking feelings and their emotions and how they felt about something versus the facts and the hard science behind the truth and what really should happen. There's a way to do things, and I think we can all agree that we're, as a human race, not doing it right now. We're just not. And I say it with a half-assed smile on my face, but I'll tell you right now, like, it's a scary fucking proposition, bro. To anybody who's got eyeballs and a brain right now, this is some scary shit. And it could lead to something a lot worse. But I'll tell you right now, I am a person who can also be polarized. It takes a little more for me. But I know this, when I'm polarized enough that I hit the fucking streets, it's, you know what I mean? And that's, like, you got to admit, we're almost there. We're fucking close, dude. Like, if they, like Trump said, when the looting starts, the shooting starts. if they release the military on our streets, bro, we got no choice. Stand the fuck up and fight. That's all we can do. Or lay down like doormats and get walked on. There's your two options for you. And laid the fuck out. I'd rather die than be a doormat, bro. Bottom line. No motherfucking
sure. When I hear myself like that, it sounds like surreal. You know what I mean? It just sounds like it's coming from a loud voice, the place above you.
I'll give you another 30 minutes if fucking chat we'll go down a rabbit hole. I want these people to start talking about this shit, because I know damn well I'm not the only one here that has an opinion on what the fuck's happening right now. And here's the thing. I will quickly sum this up. Are we on YouTube? Yes. Are we being watched? Of course. But the NSA is constantly watching everything you motherfuckers do, period. Doesn't matter what we do. It doesn't matter what protections you have. It doesn't matter what VPN you're on. It doesn't matter what network you use. And if you're anything short of like a serious technologist, you can't protect yourself against what they're able to do. They have the fucking machines and the technology, right? So it's like they're listening regardless. They know our opinions. They're trying to section us and figure out who we are as people, and they do that through our metadata. They do that through our devices. We give it to them willingly. We carry it in our pockets. We let it record everything we do. There's an Edward Snowden interview with Joe Rogan, Ed Snowden and Joe Rogan recently, and Edward Snowden's talking about how your cell phone is just it's a homing beacon, and it's constantly screaming out your pocket, but because it's radio frequency and it's sound waves, you can't see it. You can't hear it. You don't know it's there. But every fucking cell tower you pass, just simply because you passed it, your cell phone goes, bing, I'm right here. Bing, I'm right here. It sends a signal out and screams, hey, yo, I'm here. Right? So it doesn't matter where you're at or what you're doing. It's this vicinity thing. And everybody is in a certain vicinity to each cell phone tower. So the cell phone tower hears these things as an audible tone, and that audible tone has a certain strength to it and also a certain volume. The further away, the weaker it gets, and the quieter it gets. The closer, obviously, the stronger and the louder. So it can literally, just based on that sound and that tone alone and that frequency that it picks up, determine, okay, well, Johnny's right here in vicinity to me. Sarah's right there. She's over here. He's over there. He's over there. And here's Dungbettle and here's Eagle up here. And we know exactly what these motherfuckers are doing. We know where they're at. We know, like, Christ almighty, you can go into Google and you can look up every fucking search you've ever made. You can listen to your voice played back for any voice search you've ever done on your phone through Google, where you hit that little microphone and Google take me here, Google navigate there, whatever. Dude, you're playing your own voice back. You can look at pictures that you've loaded into your phone where Google has taken the photo, cropped every face out of the picture, enlarged them, and just cropped the eyes. Tell me why the fuck they're doing that. It's facial recognition. We're giving it to them. And facial recognition goes to the extent of, bro, like, you're at a fucking gathering, you're at a fish concert with 1 million people. Bro, Woodstock comes around again, right? It's bigger than it's ever been. There's 3 million people in fucking New York. They're going crazy, they're going wild, but yo, Jake stole a hot dog from Sev last week, dog. And because of his eyes and that camera right there he is, go get him. In a crowd of 3-4 million people, could pinpoint you with no fucking problem. Know everything about you, know what you're doing, literally blacklist you, put you onto some kind of watch list to where you walk into a grocery store, you instantly got security in your face telling what you can and can't do. Hey, we need you to leave, sir. Sorry, you can't be here. You know, you're a thief, whatever. You're a known thief. There's so many fucking implications to this shit, dude. It's incredible.
Walmart right now, as it is, as you walk into the store, scans your face and tries to predict you by your look at your face if you're a potential threat or can steal. And if it reads you whatever way, then it will honestly, that box will follow you through the whole store, no matter what. It's judge you when you walk in the store. But you're right. I mean, you know, I would have stopped you early on if I would have agreed with all this shit. If you look back
Oh.
at, so I encourage you to look back at some of these shows. Some of them are actually labeled rabbit hole, and I go, me, Smiley, and a whole panel go into this, right? I mean, it gets deep.
I love it.
It gets
Dude.
deep. There's
I love
fucking, there's been times, Dungbettle, where I've woke up the next morning after a rabbit hole episode, because this is how the show usually works. Okay, you probably tap. You obviously said you'll tap out at some point. The show started out to be whatever, you know what I mean? It started out to be like an hour or two, and then it became this 5 hour thing. Now it checks out to be like 4:20, 4:30, something like that. So most nights, if like say a guest doesn't go the gauntlet, and I never tell guests how long or short they can go. It's up to them. If it takes them, whatever that, if they want to tell their story in 5 minutes, be out. Well, cool. You know what I mean? If it takes you 5 hours to tell it, cool. I'm here.
Right.
Whatever. Take your time. Tell it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
And whatever. But if they tap out, you got shit to do. Sometimes at that point, I'll keep the show going. I'll keep it talking to chat and shit, and sometimes I'll call in. You have to be a past guest, though. That's the key here. I don't call anybody else because it ruins it. This is the thing here. It ruins their chance if I pull them in early. Then it ruins the rawness of them when they get a chance to come on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if they come on,
for like a virgin
so
episode.
that's why. I don't like that. I like the rawness of it. So I don't like to pull people in that haven't done the show. So I'll get,
Let them get their fair shake.
American one, Jack. Chris has been on a few episodes. Like we'll get on, start talking, and we've been down some rabbit holes. Fucking the American one will walk you down some fucking rabbit holes, right?
Hey, here's one.
He won't even jump in. He'll just walk you to them. He'll just walk you to them.
Bro, he's already been going. He's already going at it. I've been watching this shit in chat for the last 15 minutes. He's already going down them. No, so Dank Agenda
He's
just
good.
asked.
He's good.
Dank Agenda just said, Dung, thoughts on the Fed and global banking? Well, check this out. Have you or has anybody in here looked into this whole NISARA thing yet? NISARA or GISARA, I guess it's a Fed bill that was passed back in the early 2000s, and it was aimed at restructuring the government in some way. It was supposed to be, hold on, I'm gonna look it up on my other computer here behind me. But it's supposed to be basically, if this shit is correct, if the way that I'm seeing these videos is correct, which it's far-fetched. Is it plausible? Yes. Is it possible? Yeah. But it's going to take a hell of a lot. However, if it was to go through, this would implicate new money. Okay, we would have an entirely new system. They would boot like the Rothschilds and all of these federal banking people and these conglomerate bigwigs that have a hold of the banking systems across the world right now, mostly the Rothschilds. It would boot them completely out, and it would put the money back in the hands of the people, backed by gold and silver. So if we didn't have the gold and silver to back it, we wouldn't print it. Okay. Which that's a good thing economically, because if we never had come off the gold standard, our dollar would be the strongest dollar in the world right now by like fucking tenfold. Literally by like tenfold. We would have the strongest dollar, bar none.
Oh, I agree. 100%. As far as that goes, I mean, what better way to, before you crash the dollar, to pay yourself back with free money? Issue free money that is coming right back to your pockets, and then crash the dollar and start over.
Dude, and that's part of kind of what that whole thing is. I don't know what the fuck, but I just booted my other computer and it's walking me through the setup process like you just took it out the box. That's tripping me the fuck out right now. Sorry, that's why I kind of lost train of thought. But what the fuck, dude? It's like my computer crashed or something, bro. We had a power outage last night too, so I don't know. Nonetheless, though, this NISARA shit is supposedly like, I don't remember all the details, but supposedly it would be a complete restructure of what we know today, but it would distribute the wealth evenly. So there would be a ruling class, but it wouldn't be a wealthy ruling class in the sense of everybody would be wealthy. Things would be bartered and traded rather than bought. So it wouldn't there would still be money, but there wouldn't be like a monetary system, so to speak, because you would need more than that. You can't just go and get like your fucking whatever the fuck you need for your dollar anymore. You would need to have some. You got to produce something of value. You got to put into the economy in order to get something out of it. It would basically make everybody a contributor, and if you can't contribute, you'd fall to the wayside. I'm sure they'll put in some programs or whatever. They'll have some sympathetic shit, but I don't know. That's for them to work out. Nonetheless, that's kind of what I took from it. America One, maybe you could fucking straighten me out on that, but I was kind of wondering more about that. But it would be interesting if that whole Nassar thing came true. That would be definitely insane. I don't know if it'd be cool, but it seems like a good prospect. It's just you don't really know anything until it fucking happens, you know? And by the way, I'm still good. You still got me for now. Oh, my computer's fucking fine. All right, we're good. So, what I'm going to try to do really quick though, bros, I want to pull something up. Or you know what? I can screen share with Zoom, huh?
You sure can.
Can I? Okay.
Yeah, you sure can.
Let's go. All right, let me get this screen share shit cracking. Host disabled participant screen sharing. You got to unlock that shit, boo. You got to go to participants, I think, and then enable screen sharing. Or maybe options, maybe more.
Should be able to now.
Oh, there we go. I got it now. You're good. Okay, you can see my shit, yeah?
Yep.
All right. So, I'm not exactly sure, or don't exactly remember which one I watched. But I watched something on this shit. Nonetheless, I just want to show a quick clip. All right, truth versus fiction, debt forgiveness. This might, nah, this looks long. Oh, where the fuck it went? Let me see.
Is YouTube on YouTube fair play? I've always
Dude,
wondered about that.
There's so fucking many of them too now. Like there's, let's check this out. No, it's, see, first it'll be student loans, later. Like they're talking.
Telling you to look up HR 5404.
Say what? Who? HR 5404K. What the fuck? Leave it to Dung to use the wrong keyboard. Hold on, folks. Alright. America One, I can't see the chat right now, so Eagle, you're gonna have to kind of translate for me, bro. Tell me which one he wants me to click on.
It. It's the dollar versus the weight in gold, or a dollar fixed as weight in gold.
There we go. Okay, this is a proposed bill now. See, so bro, maybe there's more to that shit than what we're seeing. Because here is a bill that would directly support the at least one of the foundational principles in that whole NASARA thing. And I think NASARA has a definition. It's an acronym. It stands for something. Taking away Congress's right to ruin our economy. This is
Jack's saying that playing the videos will get it pulled down.
Oh shit.
I think you're only allowed like 10-second stops.
We'll just do that. We're back on our video because I don't want to get your shit took down. See, I only played the video for a few seconds, so I don't want to get your shit took down.
Yeah,
though.
I think it's only 10 seconds. I think you have 10 seconds, but I'm not sure.
That's fucking crazy. See? So maybe it is a real thing. I don't know. I'll tell you right now, though, dude, it was fucking sick sitting on a bunch of weights with this corona shit. It's like being the king of the throne again. Motherfuckers didn't realize how valuable it would be, especially in red states, when people couldn't hit the roads anymore. Like, so many people couldn't just drive up here from their states or from wherever the fuck they come from, pick up a bunch of weed and then drive it back. So it got thin and like, I'm so glad I didn't have to run out of smoke or not have something to puff on. And, you know, it was nice to have some weight because I had just harvested right when it all started. 15 seconds or less. That's what Jack said for the fair use policy. All right. Thank you for clarifying that. So we should be fine. That's crazy though. Maybe that supports this whole NSR thing, this fucking 5404 shit. There's a couple other things I saw too that kind of put it into action, make it look like maybe it is happening. National Economic Securities and Recoveries Act. Yeah, that's what it is. It was passed in like 2004 or some shit. It was back then, but nonetheless, it's definitely one of those things that, who knows? We'll see. Wait and see. Time will tell.
It's funny watching that window. It's like some Streamlabs shit. Have you ever fucked around with that Streamlabs?
OBS, that open broadcasting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've downloaded it and I've tried, but I could never get it to actually patch me to YouTube, so I gave up on it.
It's tough. I thought it was tough.
Fuck yeah.
They say once you get used to it, it's easy as shit. But Pedro was on and he was fucking trying to, oh yeah, man, you need to get on Twitch. You need to fucking. I downloaded that shit the next day and I was like, huh? I fucked around with it for like an hour and a half. I was like, yeah, I'm good with what I've got going. I don't need to sit in front of the computer irritated for a few hours a day.
Bro,
fuck that shit.
The madness though, it is irritating. Yeah, it's aggravating because it wants you to download a bunch of shit. Like it had me down. I think the OBS wanted me to. It was either an encoder. I think it was an encoder. I think I needed a hardware encoder. I was like, fuck, man, you just need one thing after another. That's when I gave up. I was like, I ain't fucking adding no more shit to my shit. My shit already got enough shit right now, bro. I got microphones everywhere. I got fucking cameras everywhere. I got computers everywhere. Like, god damn. I'm over it. So, no more shit on my shit.
I feel you. It is.
Give me another fucking question, chat, about this rabbit hole shit. I enjoy that. That shit's cool. I want somebody to educate me on something. Fuck the questions. Tell me something. Because yeah, that's this whole like economic stuff right now is insane, dude. And there's a lot behind it. There has to be. There has to be. You ain't fucking feeding me this corona shit, dude. I don't give a fuck. I'm sorry. Ain't nobody feeding me that shit. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying the virus is fake. There's a virus out there. Don't get me fucking twisted. There's something out there making people sick. Don't get it twisted. But is it kind of making is it never let a good disaster go to waste? Is it a classic case of that? Never let a good opportunity go to waste, you know? Taking advantage of an old disaster opportunity like they always do. So it's like it happened, you know, and now we're going to go ahead and take advantage of this shit, get some shit installed while y'all ain't looking. I don't know what's going on, but.
You gotta give coronavirus some credit for at least giving cannabis workers and plant the essential denomination. Damn, forgot them all. You know, the essential label, both as people that work in the industry and as used. You know what I mean? I'll give Corona credit for that. That was a good positive outcome for it.
That was a sick turnaround to see, especially from, coming from where we come from. That's the thing I will say, and the thing that trips me out is we're growers, right? And I think as growers, we deal with things like mycorrhizae, azospirillum, bacillus subtilis. We deal with megatherium. We deal with E. coli in certain instances. We deal with salmonella when this shit grows in our fucking super soils and it goes awry and we don't get that, nice soil food web, the white, mycorrhizae or fungi, web. You get that green and that black and that blue nasty shit that you just know is bad and you're like, fuck, this batch is screwed. Yeah, that can be E. coli. You can have deadly shit. So you start to look into biology by nature, and I'm a hydro grower. I did some research, at least I like to think I know a thing or two. And the one thing I can tell you is that in traditional viral pathology, viruses don't mutate like this. So what we have today is COVID-19, which originally mutated from SARS-1. SARS-1 to COVID-19. You're talking about almost 20 genetic mutations from A to B, okay? In nature, by default, if nature was to handle that transition from A to B the way that it was handled in the lab, but under natural conditions, the way Mother Nature would do it, it would take somewhere in the neighborhood of 600 to 800 years to mutate the virus that many times and take the transition from animal to human. This is not something that would have come from a bat in a fucking market. This is not something that would have come from somebody's fucking stupid garage butcher shop or somebody killing some deer in the backwoods or any of that shit, bro. I don't give a fuck what they're selling. I don't give a fuck what tea they're drinking, because I'm telling you right now, that is not how viruses work. And science says so. So if you do a little research, you find out quickly that that shit takes a long time to occur in nature. And right now, we traced SARS-1 to COVID-19 in less than 10 years. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. An 800-year natural process that was done in less than 10 years. You cannot, I don't care who you are, nobody is going to fucking convince me that that shit wasn't done by way of the lab. There's no way that wasn't done by way of the laboratory. Like, not a fucking chance. So it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, is it happening? Is it out there? Yeah. But was it intentional? I don't fucking know. I don't know. Maybe it got out, maybe it leaked, but we're all in the situation now. So it's like, fuck, man. They need to get the economy back on track, because that shit is straight slipping right now.
Right. But that could be ultimately part of the program. They want it to slip and fall so they can buy up shit for cheap. And like I said, they're dishing out them dollars, making people lazy. And just because they know this, I said this earlier today to somebody else. Just because they know people don't respect free money. They spend fucking free money. Tax time, what happens? Blown. Free money, blown. So
just
the
gets
government
blown,
gets
dude.
out free money right now, kind of gets you make now want to go back to work and give you free money. So you think, man, hell, this is more than I would normally make anyway. So I'm gonna spend X above and beyond what I, just blow it. It's free. You know what I mean? Instead of banking it up or whatever. So the wise would be at least pay up past bills with that. But chances are that's not happening. It's being blown or whatever, which they own them companies already. So it's coming right back into their pockets. They're just feeding themselves, basically, and keeping everybody happy till the next phase. Like you kind of implemented with just crashing the dollar or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, this is all, kind of phase one to hopefully not another phase. I'm trying to stay optimistic, but realistically, it could happen.
Yeah. Chris Mertz just made a good point. He said that's why we're making headway. The more peeps that get it, the more chance of a mutation that really wipes us out. And that's true because, again, if we made this mutation happen or these mutations happen in the lab in such a short period of time, then, you know, what can occur out here within our human bodies now that it has gone from, you know, where it started to humans. So that's what's to worry about now, you know, second, third, fourth waves. And that's why I say it's not that you can say, oh, this is just a fucking hoax, because it's definitely not. There's something to this. The entire world reacts
to it.
There's definitely something to this, and there's some shit killing people, or some shit, but it has a mortality rate that's more survivable than, you know, I don't know if traditional flu, they're right there in the same ballpark, something like that. But I mean, it doesn't kill too many more people than traditional flu. The numbers have definitely been doctored, and that's if you give it the numbers that they've given us. But look at how many doctors have gone online and posted, and these are doctors that have never even been online and posted videos about how they're literally pressuring us to put COVID on death certificates. They are enticing us. They are fucking, you know, you get 13 grand from Medicaid just for diagnosing a COVID death. Like it's crazy. As a doctor, they're nothing but incentivized to put COVID, and you wonder why? Because the numbers are fudged, right? The numbers are definitely fucking fatter than shit. You get hit by a Mack truck right now, fool, and you died of COVID. That's the fucking truth. I mean, bottom line. So it's one of those things where I don't know. There's something to it. There's validity. I don't want to see a mutation happen that definitely wipes out way more people, and then the mortality rate goes up, and then we have something we can't get a handle on, you know. But look at Ebola. Ebola was fucking created too, dude. I believe they mutated Ebola in the lab as well. There's so many things. But here's something I want to ask fucking the chat about. American One, Jack, Chris, you guys. What do you guys think about this 5G thing? Here's the reason I ask, because I heard a thing that basically every time we have electrified the earth, this comes from Elon Musk too, smart motherfucker. He's like, that was like Tesla reborn. I love that dude. But he basically, he said that every time we've electrified the earth in a different way, or every time we've turned on a new frequency for the earth that the earth didn't previously have in its energy field, right? Whether it be magnetic, whether it be frequency, electricity, all the way back to like the fucking Spanish flu, the 1919 Spanish flu or whatever. That was the same time that I think they like electrified homes or some shit, or something electricity wise came out right at the same fucking time, dude. And they basically say that it's because it's interrupting our frequencies, which could be a catalyst in what's going on with this corona shit, you know, and the pre-existing conditions and stuff. And maybe the virus is there, you know. I fuck chemtrails. I don't know. But the 5G is what turns it kind of into something more, so to speak, you know. I don't know, dude. What do you guys think about that? I really don't know shit about 5G either. I'm not talking like I know.
It could be one of those things that the virus could be spread and then activated by the 5G. But 5G is bad with just so many different levels. Just the frequency it's pushing out, that is being penetrated, you know, deeply. It's such a tight frequency that it changes us molecularly as it passes. Is the bad thing about 5G, and because it's such a dense wave, short dense wave, it has to be amplified. You know, almost like every house will ultimately have a repeater on it, and ultimately, you know, what like you just hit on a little while ago, about how you can drive down the road right now. In fact, almost everything you've said here, that's why I haven't chimed in. Everything you've said here is something I've kind of already said at one point, especially the way you kind of relate to frequency. But you know, I've said this. You know, turn your Wi-Fi off when you're driving down the road, because you know that amongst the GPS, but that thing's radiating a signal. The Wi-Fi is looking for a signal constantly out of your pocket, which is bad. A. B, You're right. Every tower, it's every house that you pass by, every Wi-Fi router that you pass is ultimately looking for a computer, phone, or something to connect. So as you drive by down the road, every Wi-Fi router you pass, you leave a footprint there.
Yep.
So you're right.
Yep.
You're being tracked, and it's going to be all the more worse when there's Wi-Fi or 5G antennas everywhere. They're going to be able to know where you're at uh, to the pinpoint at all times. That's how the cars and everything are going to be able to operate because they'll be able to track with that you know uh, pinpoint accuracy because there's so many antennas, and like I said, the wave's so thick it hits when it hits, it knows it hits.
Yeah, and I don't think like what Jack said. I agree with you. It's definitely not 5G. That's like Corona and 5G. I think that there could maybe be a link, proven in the future, not as far as the cause, but as far as like it, helping. But there could be a link with 5G and a lot of other illnesses, and it also exciting those illnesses. Diabetes could be excited by frequency. They did a fucking shitload of studies on MK Ultra and stuff like all kinds of stuff about what frequencies do to the human body and cells and all of that structure. It can definitely have a major impact, but I don't think it's a cause of corona, not at all. I think that kind of shit is definitely conspiracy. But I just wanted to probe that. Nonetheless, have a good night, Miss D's Nugs.
I think she just got here.
Oh, just got here. Okay, well, hello. I thought she was leaving. How are you? But yeah, the every time they put out a frequency though, it's kind of fucked with things from some documentary I was watching. I forget what it's called. But nonetheless, all right, we'll get out of the conspiracy rabbit hole. Let's take another dab. You're right though. I ain't saying shit. I ain't saying nothing that ain't already been said, And a lot of people are of the same opinion and don't even need to say it. So there's a lot of people who are thinking it too. It's one of them things where this is our country, this is our world. We as humans and as human race have to do something to protect it and leave something for the future and for our kids. And if we don't, like, I don't know. I don't know how fucked up. I don't even want to face that proposition. So, like you said, try to be.
I feel like a higher power every time I hear that. It's so loud, and it sounds like I'm telling you, it sounds like it's just like super loud on your end, like it's like coming from above. Like, hello.
What?
Well, I can hear myself there for a half a second.
Oh.
It's funny.
Is it your delay?
It could be. Fucking, I just wanted to point out to Miss D's Nugs that the background, I'm going to flip my thing down. I want to point it out, and I don't mean to keep reverting back to it. I am pretty proud of it, but I want to make sure she catches it, though, because she's on there. I grew some, if you haven't caught this, Miss D's Nugs, drew up this amazing background, which is missing some stuff, but I'll be happy to repost the original full piece to my Instagram. But look who's in chat. Look who's in chat, Miss D's Nugs. Fourth one down, right under the American one. Right above, I want to say, damn it, I can't see it. I got to look at the original. I can't see it. Pretty cool, though. Pretty cool. All right.
Yeah, that's
I just
cool
want to
ass
make sure she's seen it. She's a cool ass chick right there. Cool ass lady. I shouldn't call her a chick. Cool
where is she from? Where are you from? Miss D's?
I'll let her answer that.
For sure.
Yeah.
Good man.
She had an episode, and she's got one of my favorite. I hate to crack her up. I talk about this quite a bit. It's funny. I had a heck of an internet problem during her episode, and so I come back, I've dropped out a couple of times and I come back to one. And the first thing I see is her. This is my show now. This is Miss D's Nug show. I mean, she took it all. Just, no warning or nothing that shit was going to happen. I was praying it was going to happen, but she fucking just grabbed the ball and just fucking run with it. And it happened, about another 3, 4 more times. And just like a true soldier, fucking, she just carried on and act like it never happened and welcomed me back to her show a couple of times. And she was so good-hearted about it. She made it, I felt bad. I felt really bad. But she was taking it so good. She made me feel so much better about it all. And it was a great episode. She was a true champ about it. So
Nice.
she definitely earned some mad respect for that shit.
That's what's up. So these guys got these new fucking terp tops, dude. 710 Labs is using, it's a new container that they've got, okay? And they're using it for like their rosins and all their sauces and shit. The Percy's. But this one in particular, all the last ones I've had have been fine, but this one in particular doesn't want to fit on the glass. And it's like, fuck, because it won't let the other lid that actually seals it all in go on. It's like, damn. They're cool ass containers though. They really do. They work great, bro. Pretty cool. It's just like a little rubber seal. See, this is the bottom of it. It's got a little rubber seal in it. And it's a little metal disc. And it goes under the lid on top of the glass concentrate container and seals it tight so that your terps can't evaporate. So because they're volatile. So air fucks with them. You know that. And they'll just kind of dissipate to the air if you let them. So, yeah, a little terp top works pretty well. A pretty cool innovation. See shit like that coming in. That's what I like to see in cannabis. I like to see the innovation. I like to see people pushing the envelope, taking things and making different shit out of it. Actually, a good friend of mine, he's pretty much like a cousin to me. He's one of my mom's best friend's son. And he's doing a thing right now where he's taking like, it could be hemp fiber, it could be cannabis fiber, anything just cannabis related, hemp related. And he's using the waste product from that, so all the stalks and the leftover leaves and shit, and turning them into these fucking biodegradable weed containers. So you get your weed from a dispensary in this container that you can compost, and it's cannabis. But it's made out of the waste product from the cannabis. It's a pressed product, but it'll break down. It's compostable, whole 9 yards. It's fucking super cool, super innovative. So it's shit like that I like to see coming in and pushing the envelope, because that's what we need in this game.
Right, for sure.
Exactly what we fucking need, bro. There's too many shitheads right now. Just all the drama is so thick and all the bullshit is so ridiculous, That's why even after Sub and I had kind of our falling out, I mean, you never saw me talk absolutely a word of shit because there's no reason to. I always had respect for him, always loved Sub, never had any, he showed me the way. He encouraged me. He had my back when I was down. He was there for me for years, bro. So he nurtured me like a father. He literally called me his son. So it's like, I'll never have a hateful bone in my body for that man or his legacy. I love him to death. But you never saw me talk no shit. You never saw me tell my side of any story. I mean, I didn't give a fuck what he said. He's a guy who's done that to many people, unfortunately. He's rampaged on a lot of good people who did no fucking wrong. Odie Diesel is one of the nicest, calmest fucking teddy bear people you could ever meet. And he did the same thing to Odie that he did to me. He called him a thief. Like, I come from a long line of military men. One of those men, my grandfather, was a 3-star lieutenant general. I come from a fucking 20-year recon father, and theft is absolutely something that just was bred into us, that if it doesn't belong to you, you don't touch it. I don't give a fuck what it is. And if you borrow it, you return it in better condition than you borrowed it in. There is no exception to that rule, you know. And even further than that, I was taught if you don't have cash to pay for it, you don't buy it. Fuck this credit shit. Fuck this world cash and the way that they run things. If you can't buy it with your own ass, if you can't get out and earn that motherfucker, you don't deserve it. Buy it with cash or don't have it. Then you don't live with debt. You have no debt, right? I'm literally 30 years old and I own my home completely outright. I own my home free and clear. So that's an accomplishment that I'm very proud of. And that's something that not a lot of people can say that they did by my age. But it takes discipline, you know? It takes fucking discipline, dude. It really does. You have to be smart about it. You have to be integral, you know? So for Sub to say those things, like, it hurt. It hurt. But I never said a word because I didn't have any hate for him even at that time. I knew that he was just mad. I knew that he just said some shit that didn't mean. He privately apologized to me. You know, I didn't care if he did it publicly. All I needed to know was that he cared and that he fucking felt bad for what he did. So nothing but love. I want everybody to know that. That's the first thing right there. That's my piece on it right there. And that's all I'm ever gonna fucking say. That's that. And literally American One, I pretty much said that for you, brother, because I know you're pretty curious, as were a lot of people. Jinx knew the full story. Jinx knew exactly what happened, and as you all saw, that's why Jinx took me under his wing. That's why Jinx absolutely has done nothing but take a liking to me and love me as a brother.
All I want to say about that is, and I'm not justifying it at all, is that, you know, this is the way I kind of see it, again, we never know how things are playing out in other people's world. You know what I mean? How they handle things. Anxiety's a bitch. In his case, being, it wasn't much, he was still freshly into dealing with the Alpha 1 bullshit. There was, as well as Miss Jill thing started before that, well before that. It was reoccurring, you know what I mean? He was drinking at that time pretty good. And people make mistakes, man. People can be assholes. And sometimes when they're trying to wrap their mind around why things are spinning out of control, they can sometimes say and do things that they regret later in life.
Right.
And I think, like you said, he did regret that. But and in fact, I know he did because I talked to him about that. And I think I've contacted when I've talked to you, back in the day, in between A and B, I've told you that he's asked about you and whatnot.
Yeah.
Same thing with mailing,
Every once in a while, he would send me a text, bro. Like, he would send me a Christmas text. I mean, just before he passed, bro, he sent me a text on Christmas. He said, "Merry Christmas, kid. I still love you. I'll cherish that shit forever, bro." He used to all the time. And I'd never, bro, never did anything but just tell him I love you too, homie. It's nothing but love. There's no room for hate in life. We're all fucking humans. We all make mistakes. And you have to just have to look past things sometimes, bro. He, like I said, he did that to several people. So I'm not the only one that it was done to. I'm not special. You know what I mean? I don't need to cry. Show love.
No.
Hate breeds hate, right?
You shouldn't do that, right? You know what I mean? Yeah. It's just, I'm just saying, we never know. It's a lot of easy, sometimes we each justify our actions, in different ways. But, sometimes we have to put ourselves, in their shoes. And we're all quick to react quickly and not wisely sometimes. And and then not to say that he went a lot of time. He threw rocks my way. If people seen that shit in chat, I've taken many of his stones, and he told me many times, "I don't know why you come back, motherfucker. It's because I know the real you, dick."
Right,
You
right,
know what
right,
I mean?
right.
You know,
Hey,
that's
please believe I threw my stones, but I did it with love, and I did it to him and only to him, right? Like you said, it was on the phone, and it was because he's calling you talking shit, so you're talking a little shit back. Like that was sub though, and that was the beauty of you. You literally just had to appreciate him for who he was. You had to forgive him, and you had to just love him for the person that he was. That was it. American One. On the note of what you just said, um, I actually felt the same way about you from that time that at the Emerald Cup when you came and found me at the Emerald Cup. The whole reason I remember that was the Emerald Cup is because in my brain it clicks. That's where I met you. So I met American One, and that was the Emerald Cup. Um, but yeah, bro, you showed nothing but love too, and I appreciate the shit out of that. You guys were both fucking super awesome, and we're all weed nerds. We're all fans of what Sub left and the legacy he had and what he did for this industry. So at the end of the day, it's all a brotherhood, and that's how like this wouldn't be happening right now if it wasn't for that guy. You feel me? That's just the bottom line. You never would have been if it wasn't for the show that we did and what you eventually ended up going on with the Michigan brothers and coming out of your shell because of the pressure you felt, just like the story you told earlier. And that never would have happened if it wasn't for Sub being the catalyst. Sub was the catalyst for all of that. He's the reason I did it. He's the reason we did it. He's the reason that I assembled that team. He's the reason that I produced that entire thing was because he wanted that. That's the beauty of it, dude.
I would only be kidding myself if I said that he is the reason why a good portion of people hang out here. You wouldn't believe the weed nerds that hang out here. And not only, to my part, American One. By the way, American One. I just want you to know that Zoe and Slammer did subscribe to the channel, and I don't know. We haven't seen them in chat yet, but they did after you talked to them. Popped their head up, and subscribed to the channel. I think will make themselves known. But we've seen a lot of Pixel Monkey, St. Observations booth has been through.
Yeah, yeah. Saint
There's
Renard, Zoe and Slammer. What? Back that train up just a little bit, real quick for me. Hold on. I remember them very fondly from back in the day. So, did something happen? Was there fallout? What?
from what I gather, it's just when most families, the weed nerd family, when that spoke goes, family splinter, and like most, they just decided to stay under the radar, after that, you know, and
Yeah. Sorry, I got
they're
to fucking
doing
move this
from
plug.
they said they're doing well from what I've heard, and hopefully we'll be popping up again. Well, greatly missed, that's for sure. Everybody, like I said, knew who they were. Well, it's always nice to see old friends again. Every time I see a name
For
that
sure.
I haven't seen in a while, I'm always fucking stoked that from that time period, and that's you know he was very essential in that. You know what I mean? Popping up. Like I've told this story a lot, Dungbettle, as far as that goes. I was always bummed, especially after that time when they did kind of rehatch things briefly, and I was and a couple of the girlfriends because he fucking every time he hung out or he was with Jill or fucking found a new toy and shit, he'd
Yep.
disappear on us.
Yep.
For
Yep.
that.
Many a
And soon
time,
as
bro.
soon as it was bad, it was back to the fucking third shift. Fucking late nights and shit, and him calling and then fucking. I'd always fucking tell him, man, fucking, no offense, man, but glad this shit's over, man. I miss the late nights and shit. It was kind of funny because I think I'm unwittingly doing the same thing that he did to me back in the day, Doug. I am so frequent with these every night of the week, and these people hang out like I did with Sub, there was times where I knew I should be doing my fucking work. I should be in my garden, fucking doing shit, and instead, I was fucking clung to YouTube or my fucking phone and fucking hanging with people in chat and smoking joints because there was a bunch of cool motherfuckers hanging out because he was
Dude.
hanging out. You know what I mean? A
Yeah.
lot of times, just like this show, he would be doing whatever the fuck. And chat, he remember how mad he'd get when he'd look down and chat and he wasn't the center of attention anymore.
Oh yeah.
He'd be
Oh
like,
yeah. And
"Oh, yeah,
everybody
fuck
was
this,
talking.
you guys."
Yep.
Yeah, Chad be winging and it would be like
You
anything but him
motherfuckers
and
won't
shit.
shut up. Yeah, and chat's hauling
Yeah.
ass, bro. Like there's a bunch of people in there just talking. Like, yo, no, what's going on? He'd get pissed, yo.
That happened a lot. I think he just came to at one point became to accept that. But I don't. There was definitely times he didn't like, and that's another thing too. If he seen somebody like outshining him a little bit in chat, he didn't care. If somebody was like, "Hey, hey, 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 hey," he'd be like, "Yeah, fuck that guy."
You know how many people, bro? He would send me. We'd be going and we'd be doing an episode, okay, in the middle of a show, and I shit you not, Sub would be fucking talking on YouTube. He's the one talking. He's the center of attention. No one else is saying shit. We're just panel down there. And all of a sudden, he would stop mid-sentence. His face would go down. He'd pick up his fucking phone, and he'd start texting me to tell me a name of somebody in chat that he wasn't happy with, right? Yo, get rid of this motherfucker. Yo, kick this motherfucker out. The show would just go quiet for a second. Boom, he'd send me a text. Ding! Like, you can go back and watch it, dude. And you'll see all of a sudden, here I am looking at my phone, and then boom, someone gets the band hammer. Boom, done, out. Like, he would do that shit constantly, bro. You're absolutely right. He would get, and that speaks to his jealous side, right? I definitely think he was one of those jealous people for sure. But it made it quite humorous because that was just his personality. That was him. That was the beauty of Subcool, right?
It was. In the same aspect too, there was many times I fucking looked to him for advice and not just advice about what I was doing, as far as popping my head up and, whatever, handling it both at home and on social media was different. And I'd ask him how he, because I'd sit there and watch him take rock after rock and I'd be like, dude, how the fuck do you do it? And not, and then just go to sleep. You know what I mean? Just watching the fucking take it, and then log off and go to bed and shit, whatever. And I'd be like, man, how the fuck do you do it, man? How you, not, and then be on tomorrow and like not even give a shit that, about it. He just would say it was, basically for the team or whatever, what he was to do to get the brand out or whatever, just to get them talking.
Mm-hmm.
You know as well as I do, though, wasn't the dude off camera hanging out. It was completely different.
No.
On the phone.
Yeah. He definitely was. Yeah, he was much different in person and on the phone and just in real life. But you said it perfectly. Like, he just wanted people to talk. As long as people were talking, he was the fucking king of there is no such thing as bad media. Dude, that was like Sub's tagline. There's no such thing as bad media. All media is good media. It don't fucking matter if they're talking bad about you or talking good about you. You're getting follows, motherfucker, and that's what's up. Right? Just like Cali Outdoor. People wonder how he can talk so much shit. But, I mean, dude's slamming through count after account and just building them to 10K plus, no problem. Like, how do you do that? Talking mad shit. But it's because people are spitting your name. That's what matters. And then everybody wants to see a train wreck. No one will admit it, but everybody wants to see it, right? I'm that guy who straight admits it. I don't give a fuck. At the same time, though, not when it's to the detriment of humanity, because I'm one of those guys that has a heart. I can't see people suffer. I don't like seeing suffering. If it's funny, that's one thing, but seeing suffering is a whole different story. And I think Sub had a little bit of that, like, if you crossed him, he kind of wanted to see you suffer a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, he would kind of get vicious, right? So, I don't know. I won't go deep into that, but it's true. Nonetheless, he was a really good dude, man. I love Sub. I miss him. I wish I could just text him again and fucking just say hello, you know? Like, that's the bottom line. That's what sucks, is none of us be able to do that again.
Yeah, December was a tough time. He actually asked me to come out in December, and I couldn't afford it. It was too close to Christmas. He wanted to talk about resetting up in Oklahoma. You know, I had an opportunity, some strings there. He wanted to talk about it. And I couldn't do it. And I told him I'd try to make the effort, you know, January. Things ran late in January. Never made that opportunity, that trip. But man, the whole thing when that bus fucking knocked, you know, I didn't think it was possible, dumb, that to knock out the sail out of that dude, the wind out of that. But that and when he lost the house there, and then you know, unfortunately, in my mind, dumb, I knew everything he said tonight, and I honestly, I I'll be really honest. I'll be really honest with you, though. Because there's a third party involved here, and they're fucking in chat. I kind of texted Jack and said, this episode may not air tonight. And I'm still was kind of on the fence about it because I knew everything you said was true. I knew it. I knew it beforehand, but a lot of people I don't think knew. I think you dropped a bombshell for a lot of people that never put two and two together and may see A, B a little bit differently now that they are able to, you know, the cloak's been revealed a little bit. And unfortunately, you've left enough puzzle pieces to put the rest of the story together. And, but
Well, like I said, I still have a lot of unanswered questions myself, even, you know. There's still pieces that I don't even have. So, and again, like you said, we'll talk. Me and you will talk, and there's more. But at the same time, you're right. There are certain things, and you kind of made me think about that because I want to be as respectful as I can, you know, and especially to both sides, just because like I genuinely don't have a problem with either one. And again, I was taught that you don't hate somebody based on another man's opinion. So I always give people their own chance. And I always judge people for what they do to me themselves, right? And if that person fucked you over and then they turn around and fuck me over too, well, then so be it. But I'm going to give them an opportunity to do so simply because I'm a fucking human and they deserve it, right? I would want the same done to me, do unto others. And so, I don't know, dude, it's hard to broach the subject, you know, because but you're right. I kind of did put some shit together for a few people, but I mean, there's a select few of us here, and the certain people who are here that are paying enough attention to really know what I'm talking about are the ones who are close anyways, and they're not going nowhere. They're not gonna hate me, you know, or at the same time, they're not even, I don't think they're gonna see either of those sides, like Sub or anything. You could be right in the sense of I may skew some opinions, just from the standpoint of you're right. I told some truths, and I was very honest. But at the same time, I feel like like I said, it was the writing was on the wall if you just paid attention, and a lot of people could have seen that, you know, like it was posted. So that's one of those things where, yeah, I agree with you. It got me thinking, and I was kind of like, all right. You feel me? But me and you are gonna talk because I got some questions I want you to answer, bro. Like, and I know you can too. and I'm sure you probably have a couple for me. So we gotta talk. We definitely gotta talk.
Yeah, we will. We will.
I got like 10 more minutes. I'm gonna go to it's almost 2 my time, so I'm gonna go to 2 and then I gotta get to bed.
That's fair. That's
Okay,
fair.
gave you extra
Reality,
hour.
you've almost went the whole gauntlet.
Hey, that's what we used to do. I mean, back speaking of sub, back when we were doing that show, we used to do like fucking 4 hours at a shot. You know, we pioneered this fucking long format, podcast. What do you call it? It's a panel style podcast, right? So I guess one of those things I'm just kind of used to. Plus, I enjoy it. It's one of them things where you gotta like who you're talking to and what you're talking about. And I thoroughly enjoyed this conversation, so I'm with it. Time flies when that's happening, right?
Right on. You know what's funny is I almost said it early on, but you had that nice picture of Jack right up there on your wall. I just wanted to point that out. I'm sure everybody caught it. Mr. Jack Greenstock. Yeah. He has yet to, he's rarely shown his face. And again, there's been a lot of fucking, it's one of these things, Dung, is I'm thinking and talking about this. There's been a lot of fucking firsts on this show that hasn't been really dropped. You know what I mean? This is getting to be like a fucking Barbara Walters of cannabis bullshit. I swear to God, it's like,
hey, I am who I am. I can't help it. You talking about?
yeah. Well, I got sidetracked, but yeah. Thank you, Jack. I got a little squirrely there. Fucking,
No, you're good. You're
so
good.
Jack,
I just when you said picture, I was wondering which one you're referring to, but I kind of figured. No zigzag.
Jack has yet to. He's like hasn't showed his face at all, and he showed his face on my show for pretty much the first time, and it was kind of like the background thing. He had it on like this, you know what I mean, and he briefly would show it like this, so you could just see it for just a second, and that little glimpse we got of Jack, he looks exactly like the fucking Zigzag Man. Exactly, Mr. Cannabis Badass, I call him. He's super knowledgeable about this.
You went back and fucking paused it right on that frame so you could make sure he looked like the Zigzag Man, didn't you? I know.
Oh no, it was too apparent. And as soon as I said it, everybody else had caught it too. Oh my God.
It was too
He
apparent.
even noticed it.
That's a fucking Zigzag Man, yo. This guy
Yeah. He even did the pose and everything.
Said it.
Turned to the side like that. I was like, oh my God.
That's fucking funny. He said it himself in chat right here, bro. He goes, he means the Zigzag Man. We look alike. Evidently a spitting image there, Jack. I'll have to see.
I would be willing to buy Jack a Friar's outfit. He'd be willing to wear that to a fucking cup or cannabis event. Because I'm sure he would kill it all fucking day long. All day long, walking around a cup like that. Just people would be asking him for autographs all fucking day long. Shit. Getting his picture, people would want their picture taken with him. Oh God, that'd be funny. I would pay for the outfit if Jack. We'd be down enough, and in good humor.
I'll pay for the fucking outfit. He says.
I'd pay for the outfit.
Bro, there's always one of those in every cup too. Every fucking cup. Hey, have you seen the Wee Jesus lately? This cat that's at the High Times events, bro. I mean, fucking spitting image of Jesus at like 23 years old with a joint in his mouth, right? Spitting fucking image. So we got to get homeboy on board here with this Zigzag. Hey, I'll tell you right now. You could ask Eagle Gardens here, right here, Jack. I got the marketing skills, dog. I'm telling you. You want to make a quick meal? I mean, you see the branding opportunities, my friend. This shit is real, all right? We in America, son. All you got to do is get up, put your pants on one leg at motherfucking time, and use the noggin. If you look like the
Jack's
zigzag man, yo, we
Cactus.
gotta be able to make something. Let's do YouTube. Let's do Instagram. Instagram live once a day, bro. With the zigzag man, shit. Please, they don't even fucking have him. You could go to Zigzag as a company, and I guarantee you they don't have this motherfucker. They ain't got him on call.
Right.
They can't be like, yo, player, come down, make an appearance, sign some autographs. You know what I'm saying? Zigzag man. He could take the sword and the shirt like Zorro, but the double Z. we will come up with a fucking campaign for Jack over here. We'll kill it.
Oh, I'm seeing it.
We'll kill it.
I'm seeing it too.
That's funny.
Right there, where instead of where it says fucking slow burning, you can change that to cold dabs.
Cold dab. Cold starting.
Something like that.
Spontaneously combusting. You ever had a fucking dab do that, bro? Have you ever cold started a dab and had it just straight light on fire?
Oh,
Bro, seriously, I've done it with solventless. You can do it. I mean cannabis is a it can be a
that
fuel oil, right?
flashpoint, huh?
It's a carbon. So if you light it, if you get it, boiling at the beginning of the hit, and then you light the top of the thing as that vapor's coming off, you'll light it on fire, even with solventless. You don't need to be BHO. You'll light that shit on fire. It fucking happens from time to time when you cold start it, and then all of a sudden just go fucking combust. Funny. It doesn't fuck your dabs overnight. You just gotta blow it out. But sometimes it'll turn the banger black. But yeah, all right, brother. Well,
Definitely.
it's about time for me. I appreciate spending the evening with all of you folks. I've definitely had a good time, and the participation has been dope. So it's been good to see you all again and kind of catch up for a little while with everybody. Especially you, Eagle. I really did have a good time, bro. Like I enjoyed this shit. So we'll have to do it again. And I appreciate you having me.
Sorry, I cut you off.
No, you're good. I was just saying I appreciate you having me for sure. I do. I appreciate you having me, and like I said, it's been a good time. So
I hope you come back for sure. You've got an open invitation now, and I appreciate you coming on, taking time out of your busy schedule. I know you're busy, that's for sure, and it has been way too long, man. It was nice to catch up, and hopefully it isn't so long before it happens again.
no doubt. No, we'll do it again. We'll do it again very soon. It'll be fun, and just like tonight, I had a great time. So I would love to do it again. But I think the only thing I'd be busy with at this time is sleeping. So I'm gonna go get busy with that. I got a lot to do tomorrow. So I appreciate you, bro. Again. And let's do it again. Again, I'm doing an auction on my Instagram tomorrow. So if you guys want to pick up on some seeds, whatever, get a chance to help the fam out, head over to my Instagram, and there'll probably be some glass. There'll be some of my new paint rub, some seeds. There's gonna be a bunch of shit. So I'm gonna throw a good auction together, and you guys come show some love, show some support, please. I would appreciate it. Much love to everybody, especially you, Mr. Eagle Gardens. Again, motherfucker, thank you for having me. I appreciate the shit out of you, big dog. And to the rest of y'all, much fucking love. Peace the fuck out.
Brother. Talk to you soon.
Late.
Have a good one, man. Thank you. Mr. Dungbettle 420. Hope you guys enjoyed that. I know I did. I will be sure to, it's Dungbettle 420, but I will be sure to put his Instagram in the description there for those who missed it, or for those who watch it tomorrow. It will be there when they watch it for sure. But it will be there. It's Dungbettle 420 on Instagram. I guess I could show you real quick. Easier to show you. Not on that dead thing. Yeah, not on that dead phone. This one's still good. But. So, how you guys doing tonight? Chris Mertz, the American one. Oh, I'm gonna look at that text here in a second. See here, Dungbettle 420. So I guess what do we got here? 20 minutes? 20 minutes? I guess I could hang out here. This is Dungbettle's. Oh, you can't even see it. There you go. Oh, shit. Right there, Dungbettle's Instagram. There we go. I like the way it broke the barrier and you can see into the room too. That's funny. That is funny. Thanksgiving, y'all rock. Mr. Dungbettle, there he is. There you go, Dungbettle. I was planning to put it in the description anyway, but that helps for the now. That helps for the now. I'm back for the 420 smoke. Hell yes, Mikey Pilots. How was Germany today? You guys have a nice day in Germany? Pretty well, we had a bunch of rain here today, but it was nice. It knocked down that heat we've had the last few days. Not so bad. Everybody's got love for the American one. Cool dude. Cool dude. Can't believe I'm actually hand rolling a joint. That's an oddity all in itself. I want to make sure and I thank Dungbettle first and foremost for hanging out tonight. And then a super fucking huge shout out to I Grew Some for this amazing piece of art here. Fucking so fucking cool. So fucking cool. I don't have enough. I like, the more I read into it, let's look at some cool shit here. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna screen share this thing again because then I won't have to. I can do this, and then I can be off to the side, and then I can screen share. So that's what we're doing. I'll bump this off to the side, open up this image, and we'll talk about why I smoke all the cool shit Mr. I Grew Some has put into this. Oh shit! I almost fucked up there and ended it. Almost ended it. Yeah, get that. Okay, we put there. Want to screen share this window. Bam. All right. How cool is this? Now you guys can see it all in its glory, not what's cut off, because I had a little bit of trouble resizing the image there. But look at all these fucking cool things that are in here, I think. For one, the fact that he drew the chat in through one of the most important parts of the show, the chat. So they had to be in here. So he made it sure to include Sergeant Pepper, Chris Mertz, the American one, Miss D's Nugs, Smiley's Gardens, Purple Thumb OG, I Grew Some, Lexi, and I'm guessing that's, well, at 420, that could be like fucking tons of people there. But cool that he idolized all those cool supporters that are here every night. And then I think it's super cool that he utilized the tents almost the way they are, in the background with the 90, the way they go around like that. So cool there. I love the fact that the feathers here are fucking cannabis finger leaves, or leaves from the fingers there. How fucking kick ass is that? And I love fucking so many cool things about this. The fact that it's a skeleton of the bird is super cool. And then the microphone, super cool. I love the way he included the Instagram, the YouTube, the fucking show title. I mean, this is this is cool as fuck. But the one thing I thought was super cool here, guys, and I don't know how well you guys can see it. So I'm gonna try to enlarge it, and I'm gonna point it out with my fucking I had to actually look to see if there was a joint in this paw. Fucking there's one thing about this thing that's hidden, somewhat hidden, and I thought was really, really cool. Really cool. Most artists do hide a little something in their artwork. And I spied I spy a little something that I thought was super cool in this thing. Can anybody else see? I spy this motherfucker. Something different. There's one little detail in this thing that stood out to me and I thought was really, really cool. And I hadn't really caught it but you guys will. You guys see it? Can you guys I spy it? In fact, if you guys can I spy this, whoever gets this, I will make sure you get a fucking. You guys, all right. This is a fun game. This is a fun game. This fucking game right here is inspired, and this is either a win or lose. Hold on. Don't answer yet. Oh, Chris got it. Damn it. Damn it. You're right. Or did I fuck up? God damn it, I fucked up. You're right. I fucked up. I fucked it up, guys. I fucked it up. I just fucked up. Damn it. There is something. I don't know if Chris caught it or something. If he caught it or if he was just playing along. But he may have got me to trip myself up and tell you where it was. Do you see it? Can you see it? There's something cool there. Let me see if I can blow it up for you guys here. See it? Do you fucking see it? You see that shit? There's somebody in the eagle running it. You see that? It looks like a little mouse. There's definitely a couple little eyes, some ears. That's his head. Some little cheeks. He looks like he's driving the eagle. How cool is that? I thought that was so cool. There might even be other details in there that I just haven't caught yet. But I thought that was fucking super, super cool. I'm almost wondering if there isn't something in these little cavities here, like they're pointing out. But man, I thought that shit. I seen it a little while ago, and I was like, man, that's pretty fucking cool. There's something in the eye there. Yeah, grow mouse is in the eagle. Oh, that would be funny. But yeah, I have just been stoked about this thing all fucking day long, man. I have been I don't even know what to say. So this basically looks pretty fucking. I'll send you some seeds, Chris. You hit it. I'll give them to you. That's what I was gonna give away anyway. I like the way the bird's tongue is. It kind of looks like a like a baby bud site right there, like a little leak coming out of there. But and this looks pretty sticker friendly. What do you guys think? I think this is sticker friendly. And if that be the case, would you guys want slaps of this? If you guys are into, if this is sticker friendly, they tell me, oh yeah, no problem. And these are the slaps that you guys want. You guys want some slaps of this? I will most definitely have fucking some of these uh websites have faces. Yeah, that could be. Yeah, they do pretty much. The eyes and noses, laughing and smiling. That's fun. You guys want some? If you guys wanted some of these slaps, I would probably most definitely think about getting it fucking printed up, sent out. I think these are fuck. I think this is just cool as fuck. Not to just kill 20 minutes on this picture, but this is cool. This is really cool. All right, well that's what I will do tomorrow. I will make some calls and with Mr. I Gruesome's blessing, I will see if I can get some of these made up because I think it's pretty cool. And that would be I'd be honored to pass them out. I would. If you guys wanted to put some up and slap some on your fucking lights, I'd be happy to have some. Pretty cool, pretty awesome. The sheer fact that somebody went out of their time to fucking do that is just too cool. And it's got everything on there that a sticker should have. It's got the fucking the the branding, the show on. Yeah, yeah. I think that would be fucking cool as fuck. So, back to its original size. There it is. Yeah, I think that would be. Yeah, he's got a lot of skills. I've seen some of his other work. If you look down his page, he's got some other drawings and whatnot. But, pretty, pretty skilled. I, what's funny is he's got no choice now. I've asked him to come on the show after the first rendition, and he was, very gracious. He said, "No, I don't think I want to or I could, but I don't think after this, I don't think I can take no for an answer. I've gotta talk to this guy. This is too cool." Hell yeah! Yeah, very very cool. Stoked about that. Yeah, so that's what. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna fucking if not tonight, see if I can't get online and maybe order some. It's off to the side. Yeah, you did an awesome job. I like the way that I can actually scoot over. I don't even have to scoot over. Actually, I have to do is turn the camera some, and that could be like right over my shoulder. But then I have to hide the great people in the chat. Man, that's fucking cool. I'm sorry, but that's cool. This is I think this is the third version. The first version, hold on. Let me see if I can bring it up. I should be able to. He posted some today of the older version and the newer version. See if should be able to. Oh, it's on the other side. Talking shit with Eagle side. You scroll down to Crusoe. Bam. And yeah, the other one was way different, but still really cool. I really thought it was cool. This was one of the first versions. Oh, damn it. Here, let me turn off the screensaver. But it will be back. It will be back. All right, this was the original version there, something like that. And then there was actually one before that you can kind of see on there. I don't know. The photo expired and it's on my other phone, but it was much different than that. Yeah. So there's like that one, then another one, and then there was one earlier today, and then he approached me with, he was like, "Hey, and I wanted to do the chat." And I thought, man, I said that would be really cool. That'd be really cool. So he sent back another version with the chat on it, and I was like, yeah, that's fucking cool as fuck right there. So that will be chat will be when your camera. So that works, right? Yeah. So that, I think that's going to be the slab. Sorry, I'm reading chat today too. Reading chat. Oh, didn't mean to shut the camera off on you guys. All right, here we go. I'll throw that back up. So I guess that will probably be the background for now. I will try to resize it to the appropriate size tomorrow. And is that the one? Yes. Get it resized to look right tomorrow, but I think that's going to be pretty common now. I think we'll check on the garden from time to time, shut her down, but I think this is going to be up there for a minute. He had to get out of the structure. Who did? Party. Oh, shit. I don't know about color. He actually said he was going to paint it, but he drew it on the wrong paper. Good, this thing's dead. He drew it on the wrong paper, so he couldn't paint it. But yeah, I'm cool with it the way it is. It looked cool in color, but I like the black and white. It's cool so far, or the way it is. Badass. Oh yeah. Well, fuck 417. No better time than now to start doing some shout outs, huh? As I fire up this Duber again. We like to see you're growing too. Oh, I'll do it 50-50. I think, I want to keep the grow up because you guys have obviously followed along to this point, but this is fun too. I guess maybe it'll depend on the guest or something. Oh, my nose itches. Young kids bounce right back. So let's do these shout outs because 420 is right around the corner. DLP 2372, the American one. Rob Sager, thank you so much for hanging in. Shrati, I hope I said that right. E, you guys have a great night. Who else have I got in chat here? Spiky Pilots from Germany, our friend from Germany. TW. Who else we got in chat here still? Chris Mertz. Can't forget Chris Mertz. Ganja Grower. Who else? Right there. Johnny Can Seeds. Can't forget Miss D's Nubs. Thank you for hanging out. Who else we still got in chat here? I'm going to go back as far as I can. So, most of you guys been dominating this last chat, though, the ones that I've already mentioned. Smoke and Grow Fraser, I don't think I've got you out yet. I need to come up with a list for like the daytime people and the people in the beginning of the show that get missed. Dungbettle 420, thank you again, sir. Who else we still got in chat that I can thank for hanging out? Man, most of you guys, Purple Thumb OG. I don't know if I've shouted you out, but I appreciate you. That was a great episode you delivered the other night, Saturday night. Thank you so much for that. If you guys missed that, please go back and check that out. You know, I'm honored to have all you guys in checking out the show. You know, sometimes it's straight cannabis, sometimes it's rabbit holes, sometimes a little of both. But I try to make it as entertaining as I can for you. And Turo Santamilia, thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you. Light it up again, Tim. Who else we got in chat? I think I might be getting. Oh, that's the end of it. I think you got all you guys, other than the ones that I just laid out your names there in chat. Jack Screenstock, I don't know if I gave him a shout out, but I should have. I better have. He's a good friend, and you're not catching his shit, you're missing out. Catch the American one and Jack Screenstock Sunday nights at 7 on Growing with My Fellow Growers. Make sure and catch that. He's also got his own podcast as well. Jack Screenstock. Catch that. Be sure to catch that. Who else am I forgetting? You know, all you guys. If there's content being put out here by anybody in this community, I know we're checking it out. So, you know, enough being said, it's 421. I think set this joint down and take a big bong rip with you guys. And head out with that. It is what it is. Thank you for joining us. Another great gentleman from Germany as well. I hope you tune back tomorrow. I hope you enjoyed the show enough to hang out again tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow will be John Indra, the founder of the patent process for BHO. Will be here tomorrow, and he's a super interesting guy as well. So that's definitely be worth the watch. And of course, don't forget to check out Tara Wilson and Dankman Dan at 6 o'clock on the Michigan Bros Growth channel there, and support them. Both them guys have supported us throughout lots of likes. I know Tara in particular goes out of her way to post support for this show, and I couldn't appreciate it more. All of you guys that do that. So, you know, it's nice to support you guys when you're doing something for a change. Man, I let my red cool off too much. Damn it. Oh, good though. A little terpy there. Always a good night with you. You guys having a good night? It's 10:32 or 10:23 there. Holy fuck. Still early. Brand new day. You guys have an excellent night. If it's still night and you're fixing to drop out, if not, have an excellent day. Like Purple Thumb OG, who's good chance he could be listening on his way to work. So stay safe, fucking Purple Thumb OG, way the fuck up there in the windy roofs and all the dangerous shit that goes along with that. Stay safe, my friend. Stay safe, everybody else. Positive vibes to our friend Jinx Proof that just got out of surgery and released today. I wish him a speedy recovery. I meant to shout that out at the beginning, but I didn't forget. So positive vibes to Jinx. Positive vibes to you guys. You know, positive. Random acts of kindness do change lives. I'm a living example of that. More ways than you'll ever know. With that being said, please help somebody. You guys help me by tuning in night after night, and I will never ever be able to repay you guys for that. You guys having a great night. Amazing tomorrow. Back at 11:30 with John Endra, the Pure Extracts. Don't forget to check out Dungbettle's auction if you want to help somebody else. American runs, very true. Be positive for Jinx. Much love to you guys. I'll see you tomorrow night. Thank you for tuning in. Peace. Awkward end. There it is.